and take us out to 45 miles. If we go from, you can see again, and this all goes along, by the way, take us out with exactly what the Hurricane Center is showing right now. You can see again, and this, again, these are live data points that we're looking at here. 59, 60. There's a high-end tropical storm right now. Here we had a 74. Unfortunately, my one is right over that, and still is too. All right, let me clear this.
Drink yours.
So again, this is real-time information from the Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft flying into Beryl as we speak. And they are getting into the eye. So their path is like this, and I imagine they're going to slice through the eye wall. We'll see. But surface winds, it's a little bit interesting. There are some higher wind speeds recorded a little bit farther away. Again, it doesn't have to be symmetrical, but the idea is that we're going to get some hurricane force winds moving into Morant Bay and Yalis, and more than likely sooner than later, Kingston and Spanish Town, Port Moore, and Old Harbor and Hayes. And again, one of the other big issues is the storm surge potential that I believe was still forecast to be 6 to 9 feet. I don't think as far as the hazards, they changed much. Really, the 11 o'clock advisory didn't change much from the 5 a.m. or the 8 a.m. advisory. You know, Beryl's still 145. Beryl's still moving to the west-northwest. It's lost a little bit of forward speed at 18 miles an hour, which is 30 kilometers an hour, but not much. So again, the newer information here to pass along is that now you have portions of the Yucatan under a hurricane warning, okay? And that does include Cancun, all right? So Cancun south to Cozumel, and then down here, let me get you the exact information with that. It's going to be from, that is Puerto Costa Maya on the south end up to Cancun on the north end. So that is your hurricane warning out of Quintana Roo. And we'll get down to that area obviously later in the week. There's a small area here under a hurricane, a tropical storm warning. So hurricane warning, tropical storm warning, and then for Belize, it's still a tropical storm watch. And that's from Chetumal to Belize City. So the warning is Chetumal north on the Yucatan to Puerto Costa Maya. Then
Security 2004 says, we hear.
Again, there's so many different things here right now. That little blue is a tropical storm warning, and then the lighter blue is a tropical storm watch. And that's from Cabo Catoche to Campeche, west. Bottom line is, guys, Beryl is still forecast to stay a hurricane.
Boss is now streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Kick,
Obviously,
and
we'll be
Twitch.
keeping a really
Follow
close eye
now
on
for live content. Thanks.
late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Still forecast to be a Category 3. And again, even as it goes west of the island, still forecast to be a Category 4. Good to see everyone tuning in. I appreciate you guys while you're here. Again, thank you for supporting the channel. Like, subscribe. We've got you covered at Media Mundo. I'm continuing to look here. You guys can take a look at the cameras. We'll watch it all together. I appreciate everyone coming. I'm going to put in the newest information on the top of the screen. There we go. So it's going to take just a second here. And again, I'm just going to add in the 11 a.m. advisory information. And then that way it will live on the top of our screen. And so we won't have to reference it as often. But again, this information just coming in. And that will pop on our live cam from time to time as well. So we got you covered. So again, this advisory is as of 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And that is going to be 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is the local time in Jamaica. Beryl is still a Category 4 hurricane. Winds have not dropped off overnight. We still have a hurricane with winds of 145 miles an hour. Again, we are not expecting an actual landfall in Jamaica, where the core of the 145 mile an hour winds, 230 kilometers an hour, would be actually moving over the island, but it's going to be close. It's going to be close. And the core winds are more significant on the north side, which is where we're going to be having Beryl move. Pressure is 954 millibars. Again, pressure generally goes into accordance with how strong a storm is. As it produces an area, as the air rises in the center, it produces a deeper area of low pressure at the surface, which is why lower pressure values indicate stronger storms in general. There could be a little bit of fluctuation with that, but typically speaking, when we see the pressure fall, we see the winds pick up speed. It is moving west-northwest at 18. It has slowed down by 2 miles an hour, but it is still a storm that is moving very quickly relative for a storm of this size. It's always had very fast forward speed. And by the way, that is 30 kilometers an hour. So there you go. That's the newest information on Beryl. Let's bring back in our surface observations. See if Kingston is still reporting. Again, the reporting sites here can be a little bit haywire on Jamaica, but we do have both reporting sites still. So here's Kingston reporting. Let's see what we got here. Again, the winds are still relatively quiet at this point in time. There's the 10 a.m. advisory, the 11, still very light winds. I can understand why, fully understand why. Residents in the Kingston area, like, okay, you know, not much has happened yet. What's going on? Again, we're right on the edge of this beginning to spin in. Now the Hurricane Center, the reconnaissance aircraft, is getting closer and closer to the core. So we can now also watch this in real time together, friends. Let's see what we got here on these latest observations from the Hurricane Center. There's winds of 98, 99, 92, 86, 82. This would be on the far western extent of the outer eye wall. Not yet into the core winds, but category 2 strength winds here. Pretty solid wind fields here, guys, obviously. I mean, we've got hurricane force wind right there. So from the center, you know, it's out 43 miles. Sustained hurricane force winds about 43 miles away from the center. So all of that from the Hurricane Center saying that it extends about 45 miles or 75 kilometers away from the eye certainly is going to be bearing to fruition. Let me go back to the chat. I want to hear from what you guys are talking about here. Blossom Henry says Falmouth is windy. Still collecting garbage. Unbelievable. Hey, I guess they're trying to get in all that they can right away. Again, yes, it is 10:15 a.m. in Jamaica right now, guys, local time. So you guys are talking about my shorts. I think they look a lot. They're actually like a, not red, but they're not pink. They just show up brighter on this. Probably because of the studio lights, right? They're manly. They're absolutely manly. They also fit best with like a darker color shirt as well. Plus, I need to do laundry. But I like these shorts. I'm quite comfortable in my clothes bag. I don't even understand. It's not a crazy color, is it? I'm married with kids, if that's a thing. Anyway. Salmon. Yeah, they're salmon. That's the word I was looking for. They're salmon. Or they are pink. They ain't manly. Okay. Moving on, as they say. What do we got here? Christina says it's windy in the grill. Latoya says good morning. Rains and windy in St. Mary right now. Barbara says, I just lost it. Sorry, guys. We'll get these poles coming up. They have to move them out of the way. Oh, I can't believe my pant color is the topic of conversation. I'll have to remember that for the future. If you guys have been following here at Media Mundo, like I've got like a salmon colored jacket that I wear sometimes. So part of the reason is, by the way, is that for me to be on camera, there's a green screen behind me, and greens and blues are my favorite colors, but I can't wear green. Otherwise you would see it and it would show through. So I have to choose some different colors. I like to mix it up some too though. All right, anyway, let's get back into the core of what we're really here for and look back over to the hurricane hunters and what they're doing. They are getting closer to the eye. So this is really quite significant. What we're going to find out from the hurricane hunters, guys, is if they are going to pick up core winds which justify the 145. Now again, and I got to move up this a little bit more here. They're getting closer. They're getting closer to that eye wall. You can see all of the lightning that is still associated with those storms. And we can start to see some of the heavier bands begin to spiral in. So some of the issues, again, for Jamaica are going to be, and if you guys want to do me a favor here, I will bring this back up full the camera. And if you want to bring on the information, because I think that's a great way to talk about this, and bring back on the cameras. If the information on the bottom left is ready, pop it back on. But we'll talk about the hazards for Jamaica right now. We're looking at a storm surge of 6 to 9 feet. Okay, that's 2 to 3 meters in some areas. That is a significant push of water that Beryl is going to be bringing in. That is going to inundate low-lying areas, just like we saw in the Windward Islands. It's going to be producing extremely rough surf and sea conditions, the wave action, and then that push of water trying to get into some interior locations. It's also going to come along with 4 to 8 inches of rain. All right, that is 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, locally up to 12 inches, which is 300 millimeters. All right, and then we're going to have the hurricane force winds potentially throughout the entire island. All right, so again, that's the latest statistics on Beryl on the left-hand side of your screen. Again, Cat 4, 4 to 8 inches, 6 to 9 foot storm surge in Jamaica. Now, down the road here as well, we're going to have to deal with a 2 to 4 foot storm surge in the Cayman Islands. All right, and potentially a 3 to 5 foot storm surge for portions of the Yucatan as well. The Hurricane Center hasn't changed the messaging about the rainfall. It's still 4 to 8, as I've mentioned. Again, maybe 4 to 6 or locally heavier as we get into the Cayman Islands. And again, we'll deal with that as we get a little bit farther in time. Still quiet right now in Kingston. That's halfway tree. You're looking live there. And again, we're just kind of right on the edge of this, guys. It's taken a little bit of time, but again, this is still an extremely serious situation here. Wanted to make sure we were on live early enough to cover this as it's moving in. And so again, it is still relatively quiet in Kingston, but other areas obviously continue to chime in and say that it's getting a little bit worse. And again, you see all the people here in the chat saying, thank you for sharing all the information. A lot of folks are tuning in right now because they have family and friends who live here, or they have some connection to the island, and they want to have that connection as we go through this. And obviously the information that you guys provide helps us out here to pass along that information as well. Roseanne says no rain yet in Portmore and St. Catherine, that it is just dark. And St. Catherine is the parish that's just west of Kingston, just west of St. Andrew. Zane in Kingston says it's drizzling. Pepine or Pepine, St. Andrew, it's raining but no wind. We've got rain in St. Anne, which is on the northern side. And you can see, I mean, this shot from the port it's beginning to show the signs of what's going to be moving in. We even had a little bit of a break in the cloud coverage not that long ago, but now we're starting to see that dense overcast begin to work its way into the island. So again, friends, we've got all of these live cameras that, as long as they can stay up and transmit, we will bring to you guys live here at Media Mundo. Obviously, what I'm doing here behind the scenes is keeping a close eye on all of the information to pass along to you guys as well. One thing I wanted to do here is bring up the new advisory from the Hurricane Center. So I'm going to effort to do that while we're chatting real quick.
Remember to keep chat active, okay? Thank you.
Again, because these things all look the same, I want to make sure I get you the newest one. We already looked at it once, but we'll look at the 11 a.m. advisory kind of in a static view that you would see from the Hurricane Center. Again, folks still walking around there, halfway tree. I understand the weather has not really yet to move in, but it is imminently going to be doing so here. I would certainly say within the next hour, we're going to really start to see things go downhill in these areas. Eastern sides of the island already seeing it a little bit more. Go back up to our cameras here. Gonna go ahead and bring this full screen. And again, one other thing I want to keep a really close eye on here, not lose sight of it, is this hurricane reconnaissance aircraft. Hopefully they'll continue to transmit here. Surface wind of 98, but I hope as they get closer to the eye, they'll continue to transmit that in. That is the newest track if you're just joining us as of the 11 a.m. advisory. The information is on the top of your screen for the 11 a.m. advisory. That is 10 a.m. local time in Haiti. Excuse me, in Jamaica. I was mentioning Haiti because the hurricane watch has been discontinued, but the tropical storm warning still does continue. Okay, which is why we still have this blue slash line on here. And Haiti has been hit really hard by the back end of Beryl. As Beryl went under an eye wall replacement cycle overnight, there's almost been two pieces to Beryl here. You can see the drier air. And I mentioned this too. This is going to be a really interesting feature with Beryl. The parent core of the storm is moving away, right? And it's leaving behind this huge area of convection, which is actually blossoming and actually getting stronger. And the lightning counts are going up very high with this. What a very interesting feature here. So the storm is outrunning this convection because it's not getting pulled along with it. So this should fizzle, at least some, unless it creates its own environment and just gets kind of pulled along at the end. But my point is that you want to talk about a punch. I mean, if we get what Beryl is going to bring and then another line of extremely heavy rain and lightning back into Jamaica later. Let's hope that's not the case. All right, guys, it looks like we're getting to, could be serious time here with the hurricane hunters. Going to try and, again, access that information here. All right, so they got 109, 115, 115, 105, 92, 74. So far, kind of on the southwest side, we have a maximum of 115. So it's at least a category 3. All right, now again, it's initialized at 145. The Hurricane Center is going to take all of this information that the reconnaissance aircraft are currently investigating live in real time. And if they see something that needs to be changed in the advisory, they'll issue that. So that's something we'll keep an eye on as well. Notice the lightning that's wrapping around. And again, some of the heavier rain here beginning to move back into the island. Kingston's still not reporting a gust. Again, all looks still relatively okay. So the question is going to be, how is the timing of this going to work, right? Generally speaking, we will just continue to see the weather go downhill for the island throughout the remainder of this late morning and at least into the early to mid-afternoon hours, all right? That's the visible satellite imagery. I don't think it's going to show much more than our enhanced right now. If I bring back on our model information, so this is the NAM model. It's initialized a little bit too far south and west. GFS is a little bit closer, but is too weak. Again, one of the biggest hindrances about forecasting this hurricane has been that the model data in general has been kind of crap. The main global models have been initializing these storms 20 millibars too high, meaning that it's making them too weak. Part of that is that the model resolution on the global models isn't as fine of a mesh as some of the higher resolution models are, so they're grid points, so they can miss some of the core of a small hurricane like Beryl. And that's really what it seems like it's been. They've just had a really hard time picking up on the fact of Beryl had a pressure of 935 for some time because the European model was initializing like 963. It was ridiculous. But again, you can tell that even on this GFS model, the gradient of winds is correct, but these winds are just way too light. And I did show you guys, and we'll go back and look at the HAFS model, which is about the best that we have. And I can bring up the gusts there as well. It'll be something that I'll just have to download and then put on screen. But the NAM is a little bit closer. Again, this would be a depiction of what's happening right now at 11 a.m. And it really is pretty good, right? We saw the 75 here, just about 7 miles south of Yalis, Morant Bay, Morant Point, probably in that 70 to 75. Obviously, Kingston is not seeing that wind as of yet, so it's a little bit too strong north and west. But I think very quickly here, we're going to get more sustained winds in that 40 to 50 mile an hour range. And then especially like Morant Point, Morant Bay, Dallas, Yalis, and then eventually towards Kingston. Again, we want to keep the core of the storm to the south. It's going to be close. I don't think we're going to get a landfall, but more than likely we are going to have some pretty significant impacts. So let's loop this up because I think the NAM has the best handle here. And then we'll take a look at that Hurricane Hunter Reconnaissance aircraft because I am dying to know if they've actually picked up 145. So I'm going to loop this up.
And then get the ass to go.
C9
And we'll get an
Zuisa
idea.
says,
Timing is going to be in the
Turfbus.
top left-hand side of your screen.
Remember to keep
Okay.
chat active, okay? Thank you.
And this is just in the short
C9
term.
Zuisa says, one bombaclat
So we're
turf
initializing
box.
right now at 11 o'clock
Some
Eastern Daylight
special
Time,
to show you that.
10 o'clock local time in Jamaica.
965 active.
As we go through, you can see again, there's going to be impingement with this storm,
Be aware,
okay?
be aware.
Beryl should lose strength as the eye is south of Jamaica because the winds coming in from the north and northwest will be going over the island. Drier air will be coming in from the higher terrain. There will be dry air intrusion. So, again, we should see Beryl lose strength. But the problem is, it's not because of the wind shear, it's because of the land interaction with Jamaica. And obviously, it's going to be causing problems over the island as it's trying to lose some strength. Again, the wind shear has not done much to knock down the storm.
See, you will work
Then it
hard,
moves
my
off
brother.
towards the west. It does look like the core winds from Beryl move away 6 to 7, so 5 to 6 local time. We're going to obviously see improving conditions from east to west. But again, we're not even into the beginnings of this yet, guys. This is right on the doorstep. And you can see that moving in, moving out from 5 to 6. This is going to be 11 o'clock. Apologize for that. This is going to be 11 o'clock. And then we'll see what it brings to the Cayman Islands late tonight. Getting reports of the electricity going out in Montego Bay.
C9 Zuisa
That's
says
not a
the
good
winds
sign
start
if that's
pick up
already
crazy.
happening on the northwest side of the island.
I check it, I know exactly where it there. I check it, man.
Bavar says located in St. Elizabeth, having overcast on the south coast. A report from CECC-LESV of loss of power in Mo Bay. Vivian of Ravine, apologize if I'm not pronouncing your name exactly correctly. I'm reading them in real time. Light rain overcast in the Red Hills of St. Andrew. Thank you very much. Jamie in Wakefield, Trelawney says no. And again, thank you for the information of exactly where you are there. Trelawney is north central side of the island. One of the parishes north central side. Carletha says no rain in Clarendon right now. It's been on and off.
C9
How about my
Zuisa
friends in the
says
far east
power
side
go
of the
out
island
an
right
hour
now?
from now.
Anyone have a report from, let's say, Port Antonio down?
Jesus Christ.
Let me know. Just because, again, would expect this to be an area that's more impacted as we speak.
Check there.
Again, your live look.
Check there.
Some different cameras on the bottom
You know
left-hand
what's
side
nice
of your
about having
screen.
Farrah and Farrah work
So
on your
now I
injury
think we're at
case?
the moment of truth here.
We
bring
put in the
this
hard work
reconnaissance,
so you
this
can take
hurricane
it easy.
reconnaissance data.
Farrah and Farrah.
And again, hopefully
Here to-
it'll pop up for me here. There it is.
Make it easy.
I check it, man. I listen and I check everything, dog.
Every so often this wants to. So 77 there.
Sexy K44
68,
says, do you have a power bank?
53. So it's moving outside of the storm. Unfortunately, I probably just missed, or they didn't punch the core. I definitely had a jump in data.
Yes, sis.
They're on the south,
C9
the
Zuisa
southeast
says,
side.
yes, sis.
So we'll have to wait and see. It would be awesome if this was a little bit weaker, but again, does not appear to be so. Obviously, we have 145 as the initial intensity still. Water vapor imagery still looks very significant.
Thank God.
It's true that we don't see the
Sexy
eye
K44
as
says, thank
clearly
God.
now,
To keep chat active, okay?
but there's still extreme deep convection near the center. So there hasn't been a lot of loss here yet. It's a very interesting structure, though. I will say that. If I were to just look at this, I'd be like, okay, we might be seeing this storm begin to show signs of a little bit of weakness. We have this huge plume of convection east that is no longer attached to the parent circulation.
Everyone to turf
We do have deep convection wrapping back around, though. Looks to be a little bit more exposed. And again, it is still consistently fighting wind shear, right? We've talked about this one time, but I'll bring this back on real quick because it's been a little while. The forward motion of the storm is producing the wind shear, okay? The wind conditions in the Caribbean right now are such a way that the west motion of Beryl is creating its own wind shear. So the thought from the Hurricane Center and meteorologists in general was, as the storm moves west, it will just continue to fight its own wind shear, which means it's under constant pressure, which means at some point in time and in a somewhat hopefully consistent, steady fashion, it will lose strength. Well, the first thing it did was ramp up to 165 miles an hour. And then the second thing it's done has been very resilient to that wind shear. Again, you want a storm. I'm using a rubber band, by the way. Storms want to be vertically stacked like this. Surface, high up in the atmosphere. This is a vertically stacked storm with no wind shear. When we have a difference in either speed, called speed shear, or directional wind shear, you have a difference in height, elevation of either the speed of the wind or the direction of the wind. That is wind shear. Okay? It is a complicated meteorological parameter, and you have to analyze it in real time a lot. But you know, we saw that the forward movement was going to be producing wind shear throughout its journey in the Caribbean. So what happens is, if the top of the storm has more forward wind speed, it gets tilted like this. Okay, and you want a tilted storm because it starts to impede the maturity of a storm. Or if the low levels of the storm outrun they're faster, the low level of the storm outruns the upper levels, you get a tilted storm back to the north and to the east. Okay, we've seen some of that, but we continue to also see Beryl be very resilient to even that inherent wind shear. It went under an eye wall replacement cycle overnight, and we had some wind shear of around 20 knots. And again, it came out of that eye wall replacement cycle, which typically knocks down the intensity of storms. And sometimes, if the environmental conditions are harsh enough, it can really have some big impacts on that storm maturity going forward. It came out of that, unfortunately, just fine. St. Andrew has no electricity. So we're starting to get our first idea of losing electricity in some of the area. Ashley says there's rain and breeze says, the blood in St. of Jesus Anne against on you, and Beryl. Off. Pauline from over St. James, lots of wind and rain. Report out of Port Antonio of winds on and off. Appreciate all the local information, guys. Thank you so much for that. Again, live look to the southern side of the island. There's Jamaica.
Same way so.
Kingston, at that point in time, that's halfway tree. We've got a couple different shots to show you guys. Again, the storm is just off right now to the south and to the east. Hurricane hunters are investigating Beryl as we speak. I'll be very curious to see what comes of that. Again, we were looking at some of that information in real time.
Sexy K44 says, praying that it loses its strength and goes.
I will say that the weather in Kingston is a little bit better than what I would expected at this point in time, but we can start to see the other reports coming in now, right? Again, going to be very area dependent, at least for right now. So Jada says, wind and rain's picking up eastern St. Thomas right now. St. Thomas is the southeast parish of the island. So places like Morant Bay included in that. Yallis also included in that area. Thank you for that report. Rain in Portmore right now, right next to Kingston. Whistling breeze in St. Andrew. That's just north of the Kingston proper area. Portmore rain but no wind. Halfway tree rain. Lots of wind in Hanover. Okay, Hanover is the northwest side of the island.
Oh, I know if I get me.
So we're getting some rain there. It does look like Montego Bay is back up. Not reporting right now any gust, but again, it'll be picking up. Let's see here. I'm trying to get rid of these watches and warnings. There we go. Sabrina says, I just lost her, Sabrina, but it was Trelawney. Here we go. Breeze and rain. Heavy rains in eastern St. Thomas. Raining in St. Andrew, Red Hills, very windy. Again, it really does seem like Kingston right now is about some of the quietest weather.
C9
if we're kind of averaging out what's happening in Jamaica right now, we're getting into more consistent wind. We're getting into more downpours as well. We're starting to see some convection, some lightning develop again as well. We've had some of that. You can see that here on our enhanced satellite imagery. We can clearly see the eye. Let us keep that eye as far south as we possibly can. Because again, we're talking a lot about the rain right now and the wind, but you got to remember the storm surge is going to be potentially very impacted. We're calling for a 6 to 9 foot
C9
or a
Zuiza
2 to
says,
3
no
meter
joke.
storm surge, and that is, of course, the official information from the National Hurricane Center.
Kingston, that I got Kingston.
I'm going to check in, by the way. I've been keeping an eye out on the Meteorological Service of Jamaica. I always like to pass along official information.
Those are approach out your side.
The last bulletin is the last one that I've already mentioned is the last one that they have put out, and it was in accordance with the National Hurricane Center 8 a.m. advisory. No new information out of there. Again, live on the bottom left-hand side of your screen are several different views out of Jamaica at this point in time.
We're supposed to see that
Twyla says she's in St. Andrew and she still has electricity. That's good. Long Bay, Rural Hill area of Portland, no lights, breeze, and rain. Thank you, Affectionate Beach. Duncan's Bay and Triolony is windy. Thank you, King.
Lucky that I want it.
C9 Zuiza says, yes.
It is still technically a Cat 4, yes. And that was as of the top of the hour. So 10 a.m. local time in Jamaica,
you like
the Hurricane Center still had 145 mile an hour winds. They did not drop it 1 darn mile an hour, 1 darn kilometer an hour. Now again, we're going to have to see how far those winds extend, right? If we can keep, first of all, we're not going to get 145 on the island. I want to be clear about that, okay? As long as we keep the eye south of the island,
C9
we're not going to
Zuiza
get the 145.
yes.
We're not going to have the landfall that they had in the Windward Islands. But if we go off from Morant Bay right now, and I draw a line to the northern eye wall, we're about 37 miles out, okay? Hurricane force winds extend 45 on the north side. Earlier, if you were joining me, and this information does disappear in time, earlier, right along the coast, about 7 miles off, they had, from the Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance aircraft, 75 mile sustained winds. So we had, right, hurricane force winds just offshore. What is happening right now, at least in the extreme short term, and it will change, but what's happening right now is these winds on the northeast side, they're kind of coming in like this. And the strongest have really yet to push much more west towards Kingston, but like precipitate, like it's real close, right, to seeing that. So again, obviously, we're just going to continue to see this go down as we go through the day.
Click link to get 10 off order of the high energy gamer drink only right here.
Okay, so the hurricane here, I want wicked hurricanes, those are the hurricane that take time, I crawl, I come. But it should be alright.
Such an interesting structure right now, guys.
The hurricane is a piece of ass because...
what an unusual storm.
Yeah.
Just analyzing it here with you guys as I'm looking at this.
There's
so many different things that we could just sit here and piecemeal out.
A freaky standard.
Obviously, I don't want to do that on the stream, but again, I think there's going to be a lot of research papers written on Beryl for a lot of different reasons. Obviously, there's a bit of land interaction right now, right? Could be a little bit of drier air coming in. It's very interesting that we've had this huge blow up on the south side, kind of expanding the storm. The eye is not as put together on the south side right now, but there's still extreme deep convection with the lightning on the north side. I would love for this thing to start trying to blow its top right now, wouldn't you? The wind shear finally comes in and does something. The dry air begins to knock things out. This chokes out the eastern side. Again, it's extremely rare to see this, where basically a major hurricane has left a piece of itself behind as it went through that eye wall replacement cycle. And then the fact that all of this lightning has cropped up. That's nuts. So again, in this view, in the last 15 minutes, there's been over 300 lightning strikes.
So are you still there?
And there's drier air in between. I can show you that in the water vapor imagery. The green is the drier air. There is a distinction and a cutoff between this convection out east and then the parent part of Beryl,
which,
as I'm watching it, looks like it's trying to outrun that convection and not bring it along for the ride. We could see a separation of that even more.
What him mean by
what
that?
I really hope is that that deep convection rains itself out and doesn't come back over Jamaica. Let's get back to the chat. Let me get back to the full screen. By the way, I wanted to show you guys.
This time weird, bro. This time moving.
Do a couple of things here real quick. First of all, I haven't said it in a while, but thank you so much for joining me here at Media Mundo for our live continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl, impacts on Jamaica and other portions of the Caribbean. We got you covered here. Bottom left-hand side of your screen, those are live views from Jamaica. We'll continue to show those as long as they stay up. I appreciate all of my friends in the comments letting us know where you're from, what the weather has been like, especially those on the island of Jamaica right now. Getting that real-time information really makes a big difference. Now, in the short term, we'll be focusing in on Jamaica, just like we did in the Windward Islands on Monday. But down the road, we will have our eyes and keep a close watch for the Cayman Islands late tonight and early tomorrow. And then for the Yucatan Peninsula and maybe Belize, late Thursday and into Friday, where we now do have a hurricane warning that is in effect for portions of the Yucatan Peninsula. There are additional tropical storm warnings and tropical storm watches for the Yucatan and Belize as well. Residents in these areas need to start checking in with local officials. You guys need to start preparing and planning. If you have travel plans to Cancun through the early part of the weekend, monitor the situation very closely. Again, the timing of this is going to be late Thursday and into Friday for the core of what is still forecast to be a hurricane, by the way.
I am praying.
Latest information here, again, keeps it a Category 2 with winds of around 100 to 105 as it tries to move inland into the Yucatan.
50
and
miles
then
per hour, not bad.
the official forecast from the Hurricane Center has it as a tropical storm, which then potentially regenerates back into a Category 1, and you notice that that zone of uncertainty is very wide at the end of the track. And there is a lot of uncertainty overall as to what Beryl might do in the Southwest Gulf, whether a weaker Beryl potentially moves just due west into Mexico, or a stronger Beryl might have an opportunity to recurve a little bit quicker. Right now, the official forecast is to go back inland, North Mexico, potentially far southern sides of Texas. So for our friends on the western Gulf Coast, we'll be monitoring that. So the bottom line is, Beryl could have 2 more landfalls, right? We've already had the 1 landfall in Carriacou, all right? We hope to and believe we're going to avoid a second landfall in Jamaica, although it's too close to call right now. We do look like we're going to stay 40 to 60 miles the actual center. Now, of course, the northern eye wall touches, that's landfall as well, right? It doesn't have to be the center. If we get the northern eye wall to brush the southern coastline, that would be considered a landfall. But if we say and we hope that that's not going to be the case, a second landfall could occur in the Yucatan Peninsula or northern Belize based on this track. Again, timing would be late Thursday or early on Friday, and then potentially a third landfall again somewhere in the western Gulf of Mexico.
Anyhow, it don't
a
hit
beast
God,
of a
no.
storm sticking around for a long time. We got you covered though, guys. And I appreciate all the support. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for subscribing as well if you are not a subscriber yet to Media Mundo. Gonna bring this full. Obviously, it's darker there now. Not a lot of wind in Kingston. I will say that. I am
Sexy K44 says, no worries.
a little surprised, optimistically surprised, but at the same point in time, there's a major hurricane not too far away. So all indications are that is still going to be something that is going to change here. It could be changing relatively quickly.
That I think it can just any minute.
Now, hopefully, I'm trying to do some updates behind the scenes.
God no, bro, because at DEAYHA,
Hopefully,
and we
you
don't see
guys
anything
don't
too
see the black that I'm seeing right now.
Only some breeze.
C9 Zulisa says, only some breeze.
I appreciate the team letting me know on this. So now I can actually make some updates behind the scenes, and you guys don't have to see that black frame real fast.
Oh yeah, I feel breeze already.
Still at Cat 5, Mark. Excuse me, Cat 4. Sorry, apologies. Cat 4. 145, Cat 4. Really curious to see if the Hurricane Center, after the hurricane hunters have come through the storm quickly here, whether they're going to provide another update. The 11 a.m. is still the latest one that I see.
Going to send you a video on WhatsApp.
And we'll see if you know, again, when I was tracking it, the most wind I saw was 115, but I'm not sure they punched the core.
Else.
It was hard to tell, to be quite honest. Corey says no rain in Montego Bay. Yvonne says it's now raining in Kingston. Josephine says Kingston rain, but no wind. You can clearly see that, guys, from the live look right now. That is a live look to the Port Royal area. And again, the rain, the dark clouds, but not a lot of wind so far. Carlene says no rain in Westmoreland.
Sexy K44 says this thing is all over the place.
Let's see here.
Kingston
rain on and off. Don't forget to eat. I appreciate that. In all sincerity, I've lost 5 pounds this week. Truly I have. Because starting Saturday, I've been working about 17 hours a day. And I did slam down a granola bar very quickly when I was off camera. But I will try to, and honestly, I actually had some pasta last night to get the carb loaded, right? Get carb loaded for today, because I knew it was going to be long. But that's fine. Listen, I have done a lot of coverage that has lasted a while. So I'm with you guys. There's been several days as a television meteorologist where we did 10, 12, 14, 16-hour days, and then hurricane coverage wasn't on constantly that long, but it was days of coverage. So I'm used to it. I'm used to it. I appreciate it. So this is the 11 a.m. advisory. I just wanted to show you that, guys. Take a look here. Again, you've got the hurricane warnings in red. Again, Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. Now portions of the Yucatan under that hurricane warning as well. If you live in those areas, you need to take this as seriously as you possibly can. Make sure that you are prepared for that storm. So, again, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac, obviously Kingston and Jamaica in general, we've been talking about that. But the new hurricane warning is for the Yucatan Peninsula, from Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. We have a hurricane watch that is in effect for the coast of the Yucatan, south of Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal, and then the coast of the Yucatan of Mexico, north of Cancun to Cabacatoche. Then you go
Turf
to a
Boss
tropical
Scamming
storm warning.
says at Grosses you have just reached level
from the Yucatan Peninsula south, from Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal, and then you go north, Cancun to Cabacatoche. So you have hurricane watches and hurricane watch and tropical storm warning in those areas, and then the hurricane warning for Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. All right. So you can see that there's a lot of different advisories in the Yucatan at this point in time. South of there, you have a tropical storm watch for Belize from Chetumal to Belize City. The tropical storm warning for Haiti, the peninsula of Haiti, the south coast of Haiti still continues as well. So a lot of different watches and warnings here. And the newest information is for the Yucatan, where basically what's going to end up happening is other areas are going to be upgraded to hurricane warnings if Beryl continues to be forecast to be a hurricane. But again, as of the advisory from 1 hour ago, winds are still 145 miles an hour.
Yeah, 145 miles an hour, but nah.
Back to our live cams.
C9 Zuisa says,
rain certainly falling in Kingston right now. There's Kingston City. Again, I'm pleasantly surprised about the wind. I'm not more optimistic about the overall trend because we still have a major Category 4 hurricane not too far away. But if we can, look, we will take whatever we can to avoid the longest duration of the heaviest rain and the strongest winds, right?
C9 Zuisa
so
says,
if we can
send
avoid
him my video
there being
of Ocho Rios.
Consistent winds, you want to talk about an error I just did? I just closed the chat. That was a whammy. I'm going to bring that back up.
But
one of the areas that was hit hardest in the Windward Islands was Barbados. They didn't get anywhere near the core, but they had consistent winds of 60 and 70 miles an hour. And the south shore of Barbados was just ripped up. There has been video there of some of the harbors where the boats are just tossed around like they're toys. And again, that was an area that we weren't really even focused in on those 145 mile an hour winds. But they had a 60, 70 mile an hour wind for 6-7 hours in a row. Good to see you guys. Hi, Trevor. Appreciate you. Let me know what's going on in Ocho Rios, man. Let me know what's happening on the north side of the island there, buddy. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Again, a lot of our cameras are from the Kingston area, but I love to get other information. It helps really tell the story. Appreciate the over 7,500 people watching right now, somewhere right around 7,500. Appreciate the support here at Media Mundo. Again, we are live covering Hurricane Beryl, impacts for the Caribbean, especially here in Jamaica throughout the day. The weather is beginning to close down in Jamaica. Obviously, from these shots, this is not bad yet at Halfway Tree, which is a area of Kingston. But obviously, the weather is expected to go downhill and go downhill rapidly. Again, you know, I would have expected it to be a little bit worse at this point in time right now, but still the impacts of the most consequence were expected in the early afternoon to mid-afternoon hours. So we're still, you know, going to be watching and waiting here. Just because things are quiet at your area right now, again, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to stay quiet, as we have a major hurricane not too far off of the south coast of Jamaica. Still have to be very vigilant. Again, we're just on a little bit early as far as seeing these impacts. More significant here. And, you know, let's talk about this. So here you go, guys. Montego Bay just reported a 57 mile an hour wind. Let me bring that up for you guys. And we had some reports there out of the Hanover area of more significant wind. So there's the 53 from Montego Bay. So well away. Again, hurricanes in general will be a little bit worse closer to the center, but it's not always that way, right? You know, you would...
I kind of had this eureka moment that this is something that could transform investments forever.
Whiskey, it just seems to be a no-brainer that your investment is going to increase.
I found that the safest and secure way to be able to safe harbor money away for a later date is whiskey. Of course, rare bottles of whiskey is a phenomenal way
are you
to make
close
good
to Kingston
returns.
Zuiza?
Of some rougher weather well away from the actual center relative to the island. Okay? Paul Thomas says St. James has some high winds. Sunny and windy here in Lucia and Hanover, which is not that far from Montego Bay, was just reported a 53 mile an hour wind. So, you know, we get a report of sunny and windy here in Lucia, and then you've got Montego Bay with a 53 mile an hour gust. So more than likely, guys, by the way, this wind will be pushing down and slightly west.
C9 Zuiza
So places
says,
like Cambridge and Savannah Lamar
is south.
could start to see those kinds of wind gusts as well. Certainly got to be picking up now in Yawlis and Morant Bay as well. And again, I want to be clear, we're talking about the wind a lot, and that is one of the most significant hazards. That being said,
C9 Zuiza
the storm
says,
surge
so I don't know why
of
I am
6
getting the
to
wind
9
so
feet
fast.
in some areas. It's 2 to 3 meters, guys. 2 to 3 meters. So if we look at this, again, the way that we're going to have some of these bands spiraling I'm very concerned about a push of
Sexy
water
K44 says,
into
okay,
the
so you
Port
should be
Royal
far
area
from it
and
then.
then into the bays west of there, Old Harbor, down towards Hayes, the coastal areas here. And it's simply because of the orientation of the shoreline, right? We have these little north to south juts, and that is going to cause some potential piling up of the water. See it all the time. You know, when the shoreline is obviously not consistent. Sorry about that. Thought I got rid of the telestration. Give me 1 second.
C9 Zuiza
Let's take a few
says,
steps
not
here.
really, but somewhat.
All right. Hopefully that's done now. So what I'm talking about here is, again, you see
C9
this jut
Zuiza
out on the
says,
bay
Jamaica
south of Old
small
Harbor and
country.
Hayes, and the wind is going to be pushing all of the water onto the western side of that. So I do have some concerns for certain areas to get more water than others, but 6 to 9 feet, 2 to 3 meters of rain. And by the way, this shot is this shot, right? Here is here. And we can really see that deeper convection and that steadier wind coming into the eastern side of the island. Do you guys have an earthquake? Is it Lucy? Thank you. On the western side of the island, obviously you guys are going to be starting to get into some of that stronger wind. And the interesting thing about this is sometimes that can occur ahead of the main convection. You can get these downburst winds here or coming in the outer feeder bands. That's what these are called. The bands that spiral along around the parent part of Beryl. We call those feeder bands. They're squalls. And you can see one develop right here and then come right into Montego Bay. All right, there's obviously a little bit of interruption right now on the northwest side of Beryl because we're starting to get deeper into Beryl being more impacted by land. It's probably not going to have a ton of impact on the wind, but we're starting to push more of the core of Beryl over Jamaica as we speak. And again, left behind is this huge area of convection as well. So again, guys, look, the weather across the island is just in a general sense going to continue to go downhill through the day. All right. In some areas, it's going to happen faster than others. All right. Kingston as a spot has been relatively fine so far. Montego Bay just picked up 53 mile an hour wind. I can look, someone mentioned earthquake. I don't know where, but I can pull up earthquake data. I don't know how long it takes, but the USGS has earthquake data around this entire region. If anyone else wants to confirm, or were we just joking? But I do not see a report of an earthquake. Something I'll watch out for, though. I'll monitor. Sanika says, very heavy wind in Montego Bay. What about St. Anne? So St. Anne, north central part of the island. So here, you know, we've got Falmouth to the west, Ocho Rios to the east. Look, guys, in general sense here, right, the island in a whole is going to experience some hurricane conditions, okay? Hurricane conditions are likely. Now, it's going to be very area dependent. And again, I wish we had more live reporting stations out of the island, but we'll take what we can get. And we have Montego Bay and Kingston, and we're going to be filling in some of that information as we can. But on the northern side of the island, you should expect very brisk northerly to northeast winds right now, driving in with that squally weather, okay? We could have more of an east wind here. Now, Montego Bay's wind is going to, again, generally be out of the north. If I pause this real quick and we just look here, they're currently reporting a 53 mile an hour wind gust, and that wind is more a little bit out of the east, probably northeast to east. So kind of coming in this general direction, but obviously it's going to be wrapping back around. So there is going to be at least a touch of a northerly component to that wind on the western side of the island. It is going to be probably a bit more out of the east right now on the eastern side of the island. I'm going to bring back up again. Right now we don't have any wind in Kingston, so we don't have any gusts to report. And right now they're still reporting a bit of a north wind in Kingston, but it's very light right now, only at around 10 miles an hour. So, as last reports, it's a 10 mile an hour wind in Kingston, and it's a 53 mile an hour wind in Montego Bay. Much further away. You get the idea. Good to see everyone here. Over 8,000 of you joining us, and I appreciate that, guys. Again, while you're here, for the team, you want to drop a like, I'd appreciate that. You want to subscribe for the latest information for live coverage like this of tropical storms during the entire Atlantic hurricane season. We got you covered here at Media Mundo. My name is Rusty McCraney. Apparently I have very interesting colored shorts on today, and it's nice to see you guys. You're looking live at what's happening right now on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Here we have several different views in Jamaica to bring you guys live. Let's bring that up full screen. There is Flatbridge. Okay, there is Kingston Harbor. Let me get myself off camera. Let's look at those.
Kingston's not getting fucked up now.
Some reports of windy in Kingston. Appreciate it. Appreciate everyone saying thank you for liking, thank you for subscribing, all of that. I appreciate all that support. Thank you to all of our moderators in the chat as well, handling the situation. I know we have some new moderators to the channel here since we've been live since Monday, so I appreciate all of our moderators. I appreciate those who have supported the channel through the super things, through the super stickers, through the ways in the description below as well. So again, appreciate all of that, guys, and we're here to cover you, in a way that hopefully, brings you the coverage that you need. And again, we can do that through all of our technology here at Media Mundo and through some of these live cameras and you. I can't reiterate this enough. You are very important to this live coverage. To get the real-time information from where you live really helps to tell the story. Just like we had with Barrow Monday in the Windward Islands, when you have an opportunity in a safe way, you can send us a picture or video, mymediamundo@gmail.com. That's mymediamundo@gmail.com. All right, guys. I'm going to take a quick break. This one's going to be about a 2 to 3 minute break. I am going to find some food to put down my throat in a real hurry. And again, our continuous coverage of Barrow will be with us here for the duration of the event here in Jamaica. And then we'll talk about the Cayman Islands, but we're not going anywhere anytime soon, guys. Just a real quick break. Someone throw that in the chat for me. I appreciate it. And I'll see you guys in just about 2 or 3 minutes. Until then, we will continue with the live cameras here out of Jamaica. Continue to drop it in the comments section below where you're viewing from. I appreciate all of you that. All right, guys, I'll see you back here in just about 2.
Kingston Harbor. All right, water start getting wavy. Water start getting wavy over there. We see why there is YouTube channel we can find. Checking this thing.
Do you live in the UK? If yes, then you can get a brand new e-bike for free. I received
strongest winds on the storm on the northern side right now of Jamaica along the coast.
Well, that's why Zuza get it.
And then these winds won't really pick up until we get that eye a little bit further to south. But the convection along the northern portion of the eye, at least according to radar, we're not seeing really much oranges and reds anymore. So we might be seeing a small weakening of the storm, potentially, but it still has a little bit of an eye there for sure. Still kind of moving in this general direction. Gonna come pretty darn close to Alligator Pond if it continues on this trajectory.
But then I said that night, Night though. Night.
Kingston, the only parish cams that I have, yes. I have multiple views in Kingston. There's really not that many webcams in Jamaica. Because Kingston's a very populated region, they have most of the webcams.
Sexy K44 says, thank God.
Yeah, hopefully we save some lives tonight. Or at least, at the very least, my goal is to keep people informed of what's going on.
Remember to keep chat active, okay?
Yeah, well, I saw that,
That is the goal. Is the convection acting like a shield? It's the moisture. It's acting like a shield from the dry air. You know, the dry air would have to significantly dry out the moisture. And this storm's got a lot of moisture with it. You know, it's kind of interesting. I saw a map not too long ago that showed where the dust is located. So when you get dust that comes out of Africa, That can hamper tropical storm growth, and it also is playing a role in that other wave that's further behind this storm, kind of keeping it at bay. But if you look at the dust, there is a dust plume that's coming out behind this storm and a dust plume out in front of it. But where the storm is, there's really not that much dust interacting with the storm right now. That can also play a factor because that dust can dry out the atmosphere and kind of allow us or keep a tropical wave from forming. Has the storm made landfall yet? No, it's not made landfall. It's still pretty far off of the, pretty far out from the coast right now. Probably seeing somewhere around tropical storm force winds on the northern portion of the island. And the mountains are blocking those winds from making it into areas like Kingston and Spanish Town for now. But again, the winds are going to pick up for most people in Jamaica. But when the storm is at this point of the line, it's currently back in this region. So once it gets to that area, then that's where we're going to be talking about the more significant impacts from this storm. But as you can see from some of the cameras that we have currently, the wind isn't too strong yet. We do have a lot of rain moving in, so that flooding threat is upticking, and we're already getting some reports that flooding is happening in parts of Jamaica.
Princess Kim.
Also, from this view here, you can see that we're still getting a decent amount of rain here, a little bit closer to the surface. You can kind of see it on this cam.
Thank you for that little break. Appreciate you. Thank you for sticking around.
And then we're still watching.
We are
this,
continuing our live coverage
here
here at Midi Mundo of Hurricane Beryl with impacts to Jamaica and other areas of the Caribbean. The bottom left-hand side of your screen, that is the latest stats from the Hurricane Center. Thank you for all the likes as we come back on here.
Someone asking about
literally
Ocho
just grabbed
Rios.
something very quick to eat. Got a little bit of a drink.
Said Ocho Rios, Santa Ana, Jamaica. Yeah, so you guys, your tropical storm force winds should be picking up over the next couple of hours there, and a little bit of storm surge can also happen near the coast, and Ocho Rios is pretty close to the coast. So, you know, if you live over here near like Buckfield and near Main Street, gotta be watching out for that storm surge. It shouldn't be too significant, probably somewhere between 1 to 2 or 3 feet of storm surge, which essentially means the oceans will be higher. It'll be like a high tide in the region. So, you know, definitely don't go to the beach, and those winds should be picking up here in a little bit. City drizzle in St. Catherine. Yeah, we're seeing that on radar too. So everything matches up. By the way, guys, if you have any videos to share, dang it, I keep coming over to this scene and then it's a black screen. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I don't know. It's something with OBS and that website that we've been using. They kind of are competing against each other. Okay, here's a good view of the trees to kind of get an understanding of the winds. I mean, the winds still aren't gusting that hard here in Kingston. Those mountains are doing a great job of shielding Kingston for now. But again, that will change as we go throughout the day. I have cams near Spanish Town. I think the closest camera that we have to Spanish Town is this one, which is just to the north of Spanish Town. We're watching this river actually for Spanish Town. This river does go through Spanish Town. You guys are down the line from this river, so if we start to see significant flooding here, then that's another thing that Spanish Town will have to watch out for. The link is here. This is the link to share photos. Let me try to get that up. Okay, it's working again. Yeah, feel free to post anything. Let's see. I think we might have a new photo or something down here. No, never mind. But yeah, You know, once you post that photo, it'll show up on this map, and we'll look at it. We'll show it live on stream. Pin the link. Oh, that's a smart idea. To share photos. Yeah, I'll pin it. Will the Linstead area get hit hard? Let me see where that is. Linstead and St. Catherine. I mean, you guys have quite a bit of mountains. I'd be more. I mean, you could get some gustier winds of up to tropical storm force winds. It's possible. So I definitely watch out for that. Maybe some power outages, but I'd be more worried about some flooding, depending on where you are. But I think, are you guys higher in elevation? Because if you're in higher in elevation, then you probably won't get flooding. But if you're like near a base of a mountain, I'll definitely watch out for that. I don't think there's any rivers nearby, as far as I can tell. But I don't think the river network is mapped out on Radar Mega. Yes, Beryl is still a Cat 4. It has 145 mile per hour winds and max gusts of 175 miles per hour. Yeah, no problem. Will the United States see any of this severe weather once it moves this way? It's possible. The main area that I am watching for potential impacts would be pretty much in this circle, but you guys don't have to prepare for anything yet, as we're still uncertain on where this thing is going to go after it goes into the Gulf of Mexico. But I would certainly be paying attention to forecasts, but we probably won't know until the 5th, so the day after 4th of July, on what that's going to do. Hey, thank you, Mr. T51 for the 2. I do appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, no problem. No problem. By the way, guys, if you live in Jamaica, please consider sharing the stream so we can reach more people in the Jamaica region. Again, that is the best way that you can help us reach more people. So share it on your social medias, on your text messages to your family, friends. You never know who's got some questions about the storm. We're here to answer them, so consider sharing it. Also, hit that like button as well on the stream. That helps us in the YouTube algorithm to push the stream out to more people as well. So they're right next to each other. Subscribing and liking the stream is free. Check Beeston Spring in Westmoreland. Let me see if I can find that on the map. It might not show up. Beeston. I'm not seeing Beeston Springs. Do you know which area in Westmoreland it's close to? Let me try searching it. I'll try searching it, but no guarantees. Beeston Springs, Westmoreland, Jamaica. Okay, there it is. Yeah, there's Beeston Springs. Yeah, your impact's going to be later tonight, probably around, you know, starting at sometime around 5 to 6 p.m. and then, you know, lasting till about 10 p.m. Kind of interesting here.
Ooh.
This little area of convection right there. I wish there was still a Hurricane Hunter plane out there, as we kind of don't know where the eye is other than radar here. The radar is going to be our best friend without the Hurricane Hunters. But unfortunately, it's kind of hard to like track where that is according to the hurricane track, because we don't have any way to show overlay the hurricane track onto the radar. But as you can see, there's the eye right there, and extrapolating it into the future, man, it's going to bring it pretty close to Alligator Pond. So I still think, it's still kind of traveling in the same direction. It's probably going to be Alligator Pond that's going to have the worst impacts from this storm. But impacts will extend all the way into Kingston and Old Harbor as well here soon. As as this is pretty much directly to the south of the mountains now, we are going to see more of those gustier winds try to make it into the Kingston area. So the wind gusts should slowly start to pick up over there. Let's go check here near the surface, see if we're seeing any increased winds. Not from this camera.
Jamaica bad boy place this time just touch this.
Let's check over here. Yeah, some heavier rain move. Okay, we are starting to see some trees move a little bit, so that is a new development, technically. The trees really haven't been moving much. But the trees are starting to move. So the winds are getting a little bit stronger here in the Kingston area. Not a lot stronger, still pretty weak winds. I mean, you're barely going to notice these winds, but it is a little bit of an uptick. We don't have any METAR data, as far as I know, in the area. Which METAR data would show us the wind speeds. Help, if you're still watching, have you found any areas to see METAR data yet?
Yeah, tree them a move a little now before them tree just stand still like them.
I don't think there's any recon planes in the area. Oh, there is. Okay, never mind. I thought all the planes were gone. But this one's still in the area. So yeah, it did just report. Still a little bit of a higher pressure there. And yeah, you can tell by the pressures here. This thing is doing a little bit of a northerly jog as of late.
Like that turning.
You can really see it. Doing a little bit more of a northerly jog there.
Mad boy hurricane.
Let's see what the winds are. I'm more interested about the northern eye wall. Northwestern eye wall. Winds at 86 knots. Really isn't too strong. Let's check the southeastern eye wall. Winds at 78 knots. So we'll see what it continues to say. Let's see what it said a little while ago. In the northeastern eye wall. Winds at 98 knots. Southwestern eye wall. 100 knots. So still some pretty strong winds in there, for sure. Not as strong as it was earlier, so we might be on a little bit of a weakening trend here. A little bit of a weakening trend. So hopefully those winds get downgraded a little bit, but it's still probably going to be a Category 4 hurricane as it makes its closest approach here to Jamaica. What about the rising of the sea near Portmore? Where's Portmore again? I think it's right here. Yeah. So the further south this storm is, the less the seas are going to rise here near Portmore. So it all depends on how close this thing really gets to land. But as we get those winds moving more to the west here, it is going to push some storm surge into Portmore. That's going to start to pick up here eventually. But we're still dealing with winds that are kind of like this right now. I mean, weakening, it would have to weaken substantially to avoid significant impacts, which that I don't think is going to happen. it is on a small weakening trend, but it's not like it's gonna just disappear. Right? I mean, we're still gonna see winds of over 100 miles per hour in some of these areas here in and around Spanish Town, Kingston, or Alligator Pond. So it is a little bit of a weakening, but it's not substantial enough to where we're gonna miss out on significant impacts if this does make a closer approach or landfall here in Jamaica. So it's probably going to end up in Mexico. I would say at this point, it's about a 55% chance that it's going to be in Mexico later on down the line. About a 45% chance it goes somewhere into Texas, and about a 5% chance, or I would say about a 2% chance that it goes into Louisiana. I appreciate that, Donna. That means a lot. We really do try to give you guys the best information to keep you weather aware. So I do appreciate that compliment there. Check for video. Yeah, we'll check for some video. Let's see what we got. Any new videos here. Gonna have to do this. Man, this thing is struggling. There we go. Let's see if we got any new videos out of the area. Not seeing any. We're looking for July 3rd. Don't have any recent videos. Our last one was at 9:56, and unfortunately I haven't been able to view this video. I don't know what's going on with the website here. We haven't been able to view it. Yeah, I don't think we have any new videos out of Jamaica. People have been posting them. Has anybody posted videos? You sent one, so we are getting people send them in. We might be dealing with some issues on the app. Let me send a message. Hey, getting reports of people sending videos but not showing up on the map. So I'll try to figure out what's going on there. We might be sending too many people to this website. We might have crashed the website somehow. Which doesn't surprise me. We got a lot of people watching. They literally just released the app about a month ago. They probably weren't expecting this much traffic to the website. Here's the latest view from the river here at Flat Bridge. And as you can see, it's still kind of the same height. We really haven't gotten much significant rains in this area, though. And it's already risen since last night, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. Looking at the trees here in Kingston, they were moving a little bit, but it seems like that little area of wind is kind of dissipated. So, still nothing too significant to report here from Kingston, but again, we're not expecting those winds to pick up till later. We're just monitoring it. Still some heavier rain pouring here in Kingston. You can see it quite clearly now on this view. Gonna get more info there. Okay. Yeah, if you get any info, just send it to me.
Already, they say the baddest, roughest, toughest truck in the planet. baddest truck. And it, I was the roughest, toughest truck in American Truck Simulator. Look on the boss, Turf Boss and JJJ, custom. We call this Yardy. Everybody, meet Yardy. Yeah. On to them. On to them.
High intensity psychological.
On to them.
I already noticed the index of build-up is spraying out his fist to signify he's choosing scissors. Also, an absolute scissors cut it by multi-chances. From that instance, I knew he chose scissors was never. There's no
fully custom. Don't know Jamaican colors is it. Fully custom. I like custom.
Dreadux says, what's good?
Then I watch a new truck. Meet Yardy. Baddest Jamaican truck on the planet. Earth Masters. First, they can work. I see it gone. Bring it on him first, they can jabby. Into there. Rasta. Into the black sky. See if we find any good jobs there, so. Well, yeah. Toughest Jamaican on the planet. Well, let's take a quick flight, you see? You know, rich when I feel like teleport. Spend money. Money for spend, you see me? Jedi. just...
Click link to get 10 off order of the high energy gamer drink only right here. Srogina Jikamator Fospa 965F for the first. Make sure they're not putting anything so they're wicked. You can't even keep up with it.
I'm not going with nothing, man. This is what I want. We're not up yet.
Hopefully it goes back south again. You check the radar and see if that's showing up on the radar as well. Yeah, stronger winds are definitely making it into Kingston now on the radar. It's pretty obvious now on radar. I wouldn't say they're super strong, but those wind gusts are going to start to pick up there as they are snaking it to the south of those mountains now. And there's that eye, location of that little band that we're watching here.
Huh?
We really hope you avoid impacts this year. I hope you do too, man. There's going to be most likely a lot of tropical activity this year. So, you know, it's definitely possible that eventually you might get impacted by something. But let's go come back down to here. Yeah, over where this camera is located, which is a little bit further inland, which is why it probably still has power. Still seeing the river slowly rise. The winds aren't too intense yet. Not expecting winds to pick up on this cam until about an hour from now. But I mean, those other cameras that we were using, they didn't even last through tropical storm force wind gusts, so.
Those out there must be fed up now.
So we'll see. This is our last camera that we have. We'll see what happens.
Yes, I'm supposed to fed up now.
Sorry, I keep going over that scene. I'm just so used to going over to that scene. Yeah, that's the flat bridge. Yep. We're hoping not, Jared. But the rain will pick up, and those river levels will rise. And the reason why we're watching and hoping we can keep this cam for a long time is because this river that we're watching does empty or go through Spanish Town. So we're watching for Spanish Town here in Jamaica to see, one, the winds, and two, you know, just how high that river level will get. Is it heading north? A band of convection here is pushing a little bit more north at some of these latest scans. Does seem like that eye is pretty much right in this area. So it's going to come very close to Alligator Pond, if not impact Alligator Pond there. The northern eye band. I don't think we're going to get landfall in Alligator Pond unless we see a little bit more of a significant push to the north. Sending prayers from Barbados. That's nice of you.
To want to sit me and look like you're so close to them. I understand how Jamaican have blow down.
I explained conditions for Montego Bay. You guys have actually had some pretty gusty winds up there already associated with this band here of rain that went through. And wind that caused, that caused up to almost hurricane-forced wind gusts and tropical storm-force wind gusts, and that's going to continue for the next couple of hours as you get those little rain bands come in on the northern part of the shore, and that shouldn't calm down until about 10, 11 p.m. Hey, thank you, Jamal, Caitlin, Love, Bonnie, Paul, Jill, Plato. Thank you all for subscribing. Thank you so much. Welcome to the channel. It's nice to meet you guys. I'm sorry we got to cover your area. You know, you know, if we got a little bit lucky, you know, we probably would have never met. It's never, you know, technically, it's never a good thing when I'm covering your area. We don't have a power outage map for Jamaica. At least we don't have access to it, but there is probably a power outage map. So if anybody has JSP, an account in JSP, you know, the electric company out there, just keep us posted on what's happening in the area in terms of those power outages, please. Can I see what the back section is doing? A little bit from radar. When you're covering our areas, you want to keep, yeah, that's what I try to do. Try to keep you guys as calm as possible. Obviously, you need to react to the storm. We don't encourage you doing nothing, but I definitely don't want you guys to panic. That's what we try to counteract with the calmer forecasting and coverage style. Looks like it's starting to try and form a second one. No. All this is just dry air working its way in the backside. And this is just thunderstorms. That's not forming a second one. That's just some thunderstorms and some dry air. Power outages in OLZ. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it is wobbling northwest. It's quite a decent wobble. If we take a, that's what it's doing right now. And if we go over to the Hurricane Hunter plane, you can see that wobble pretty clearly. We should get another view from the plane here in the eye. It looks like it might do just one more pass. But yeah, you can see it was going in this direction, and now it's going a little bit more northwest, which is what we don't want to see. We're hoping that wobble to the south will happen again here before it goes into Jamaica. If not, we're going to see some pretty significant winds up here.
And look at that. Don't you know?
But yes, I will get mad if there's an unwarned tornado. That's the only time you'll usually see me pissed off. Either that or clickbait thumbnails and titles.
Oh, yeah. Times if you deliver and not give me my points. I don't know what wrong with you in a game. But keep playing with me. Yeah? see if push count now, because this a piss me off now, you know. No count again. We need the RAM. Player must complete application for delivery to outbound.
Click link to get 20 off the world leading mouse mat for gaming Y-Star Gator Soft where our burning passion at
Just
C9 Zuisa says, machine.
I can't hear you turf the truck loud on your end.
Mampedword says, I can't hear you turf the truck loud on your end.
I lie. Louder than the microphone. Microphone. Uppins. Nobody knows nothing. When we have some super ears, you know, all that sound, I better. Well, we have to hear the shot start, but. Voilà, so which city you may go? Different city. Which one we may go? Oh shit. Oh, everything. You could hear me now, man, please.
King B and Detta 14 says, ya na SI me on just now a bun up road.
No, I never see a dog. Which one will you? Picture. You go up yourself.
King B and Detta 14 says, oh, I love that truck skin. I need that.
You can't get it. You can't get it, dog. Fully custom, dog. Custom, yeah? Okay. Energy, really custom, really custom. I'll pay some big money for you. How much money I have? Sell this about cheap. I can't make you rent it for about 3,000. How about that? Hey, Bobo, what I say? This is just a machine. The best Jamaican design truck are the best one we design. I will try that. Inside. We got the Jamaican thing inside. Flag inside. Inside. Is it that? fully cuss it on me, man. They fully cuss it on me.
King Vendetta 14 says, is that a paid skin?
Fully paid, fully cussy. Fully cussy, dog. You see the logo on it? You see the logo on it? You see big dirty stinking type boss at JJ Gaming logo stamp out in her back and in her chest. Fully cussy. I mean, you see red data? Fully custom. Yeah man, pay it. Yeah man, that way I bust it that road, man. You see him logo with the pan one of one, bro. There is no two of this. Believe it. There is no two of this. I alone can drive this boy. Is it? That maddest thing. Them never know. No, them know. No, them know I'm a boss. Yeah, man, I love it, man. When I like two of them, me have still. What's this? Look at the big ass load they want me to come carry, you know?
King Vendetta 14 says, when me linky dezuza.
Remember them have arcade in us in and out. In and out, the blows big up, my general. Yeah, oh, I'm keep getting some messages about your WhatsApp number. I need to send me your full area code and everything there. I'm trying to send the number to WhatsApp and it tell me about to invite you to WhatsApp. You know there's a hurricane at Jamaica. You must know there's a hurricane at Jamaica. Every now and then we just stop and broadcast the coverage, you know, but hurricane and most of the and slow, but you can complete a couple trips before it actually reaches now, you know. Last days when the news reporter them practically repeat themselves over and over. But if you have sense, you can actually work it out, you know. Let me try to run my red light too. So you wait till you have to reach up to the gate before you move to the gate. Get back and that's what that meant, man. No, ina iti yard yet. You know, okay. Ina iti yard yet.
Catherine? Okay, I'll change it. It's near Kingston, but St. Catherine. There we go.
Everybody rise up now.
With the area, so I do appreciate that correction. Does help. Oh wow. Man, there must have been some bad flooding in Venezuela. A little uptick here on the fatality totals. So we got 17 now total fatalities from Hurricane Beryl.
King
10
Vendetta
in
14
Venezuela,
says, oh,
5 in
okay.
Grenada,
Cause me see some
1 in
body
St.
posts about Portland
Vincent and the
Dem get heavy
Grenadines, and
rain
1 in
wicked.
Barbados.
Okay,
Carriacou Island, 1 on Petite Martinique, and 1 in St. George's.
Oh, so the hurricane they are going there? Oh, that Flatbridge, yeah, Flatbridge.
King Vendetta 14 says,
Not
wah that
good.
flat bridge.
Any word on the yacht cam? Not yet. They're still waiting on confirmation that we can use that one. Should get it pretty soon. I am noticing a little bit more motion in the river. Y'all see that? And also some sticks. Oh yeah, there's definitely more motion. Oh, we got debris showing up here on the river. Okay, I think we're getting a stronger current here, which means the rain from the mountains has probably just made it to this camera here. We are starting to see debris show up in the camera a little bit. So we might start to see the river rise here pretty quickly as that water continues to come back into this area. Down power lines in areas around St. Catherine reported on X, Rosemount, Linstead, and Riversdale. Okay, thank you for that report. So we are getting power outages continuing in and around Kingston and St. Catherine. Yeah, the motion of the river increasing is telling me that we could eventually start to see this start to rise, because that water is going to come out of the mountain. It's going to take a while to make it down here, but it does seem like it is starting to make it down. At least the initial stages of the rain are making it down here. And again, the rising waters here will try to make it into Spanish Town, so I definitely want you guys to be watching the rivers there to make sure, if it starts to flood, you guys need to seek higher ground. A couple of cameras are back up in Kingston. I'm not seeing it. All I see is the Jamaica Flat Bridge still. Where are you seeing that? Help. Yeah, we're not covering the U.S. today. Okay, let's let the cameras down momentarily here. So we'll come back over to the radar view until it comes back. It should come back. It's been going down and coming back multiple times, so... Yeah, we're not covering the U.S. today, no. There's no way it won't flood, really. Yeah, I mean, it's most likely that we will see the flood waters raise, but... I mean, it looks like Flat Bridge is built like a tank. Let's go see if we have the newest radar imagery out of this storm.
You see, I know nobody knows that storm yet.
Let's go check in on it. Yeah, that eye wall is getting uncomfortably close to Alligator Pond. There it is. That's the eye wall. Center of pressure would be right here. It is literally miles off the coast. See if we can get the latest track. Maybe a little bit of a northerly jog. Not really. Still mainly going in this direction here, so extrapolating.
Sexy K44 says, it says everyone confused.
That northern eye wall is going to come very close. I still think our most significant
King Vendetta
impact from
14
this storm
says, Flat Bridge built like a tank that shit is a tank been there before my grandmom was born.
Is the stronger band of convection to its north.
Nah, mash up, no. No matter too much man jump off, drop over, it crashing, I eat all kind of thing. Go up on Flat Bridge. No more time I drive over Flat Bridge.
Here, we'll come over to this map so we can talk about it. are going to continue to pick up for Kingston, Spanish Town, Old Harbor, Maypen, and Alligator Pond. And then also, they are still going to continue to be pretty gusty up here on the northern portion of the island here.
Remember to keep chat active, okay? Thank you.
Why is there only so little rain? Because the most of the rain is probably falling in the mountains.
Sexy K44 says it hasn't decided what it wants to do yet.
Northern portion of the eye wall. Again, it's not a very big system. The winds will increase as it comes through. What about Westmoreland? You guys got to watch out because this thing's going to make a also try to make a pretty close pass.
No, it
your main threats though are probably going to be that storm surge.
This thing look like it actually tired me out. Let's see that life. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, the farm. I knew.
Typically don't get hail in hurricanes. Just double checking to see if, yeah, none of the cameras are still back up here. And the river cam is back live. There we go. Good timing. I was just about to talk about how all the cams are still down. What is the gray area trailing the hurricane? This back here, that's a thunderstorm, and a pretty hefty thunderstorm at that. On the backside of the storm. After the storm passes, we will still have some chances of thunderstorms behind it as well. But, you know, could get some severe weather out of that, for sure.
You're close to the vehicle? You're close to you're close to them?
I appreciate that. Try our best. The radar updates once every 10 minutes. Or at least it's supposed to. Sometime it skips around. Yeah, big thunderstorm on the backside, yep. New eye forming to the southeast. I will say, probably not. It's hard to tell where the eye is. The eye is somewhere in this area. Here, we can see it clearly on radar, but no, there's no new eye forming to the southeast. It's still the same eye. We do have more convection trying to wrap around that area, though, of the eye. Just double check to make sure we got no more cameras back live. Nope, still just flat bridge. Yeah, the storm is still strong. This thing still has 140 mile-per-hour winds in it with 175 mile-per-hour wind gusts. But I really don't think many folks are going to experience that unless we get the northern eye wall in Alligator Pond. Then Alligator Pond will get some pretty significant impacts from this storm. Still a Category 5 storm. I mean, Category 4 storm. Winds aren't too strong here yet, though, in St. Catherine. We've seen some stronger gusts. I really don't think those winds are going to increase to their peak until we get some of this heftier convection try to make it in line or inland. Wind is definitely here, they're saying, in Kingston, yeah. Okay, the wind is going to pick up from now and for like the next 2 to 3 hours. Then after that, it should start to die down. Still seeing a decent water flow here with this river.
It's a hurricane and I got to do nothing for a while. Let's give you a grand tour of the greatest truck in a column in 8 years history. You know, fully Jamaican, customized, owned by Tex Bass and JJ Game. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Tex Bass license plate, everything, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, everything up. Yeah, let's give you a little tour of the place. Beautiful, nice, little clean hill shot from the side. So, representing Jamaica to the fullest. Now let's go. You can look over there. The scenic look over, you know. This is some lovely hillside. Perfect place to take a truck out for a nice little bubbling, you know. Let's go. Yeah, and we're back to our lovely, beautiful truck. Rude boy. I don't really see what the scenic with this, you know, 8 years, because this was like a bag of stone. I remember was with that job because you can see one bag of stone and empty land and open land, not even like a windmill. I can really waste my time. a minute. Doing it fun. Should we start again? Just slip in my ear. Let them behave themselves. Well, yeah. Sweet me. Be nice to them. That is $55 now. Oh, they kept that 60. Oh, they kept that 60 and this was the $75 now. Yeah, money. Yo, walk on Zuza. Why don't I go out there? Can I take the ground and I just check that? Don't change that. I lie. So we not say now make no video. Can we not see that? Then let me go pull up. Pull out. Nearly make that journey. Let me finish that journey. Nearly there. Well, we just check that and all know not there to no shot now fire over there. To make it nice and comfortable like nothing never go on, like nothing not go on. No, as I say last time we checked, that never really go on. As I say, lone tree a drop. And they have to do the mascot and treat. They eat a treat. Like that can't see him like. Where you want money from? Or where we have to money to come from? Hey, hold on. Where you are? And for yourself. You do what? Why you never ask me? Why you never tell me? What's your question for? How you doing? But I remember, I remember still like possibly like that. I don't know, I'm sure you say you add food at the house or something. You should have tell me, man. Oh, that would double layer trailer. I mean. Let's see if this works. No, it's still nowhere. Go check on this.
Taken all the notes that we've been saying during these streams, and we're gonna fix all of that. Oh yeah, here we go. Oops, I made it too big. Oh, wow. Look at that. Whoa.
But we ain't
Those
seen
winds
them.
are really picking up now. This is as of 109, which was 9 minutes ago. That is right. I agree. Holy moly. I will watch that again.
Yeah, see the wind? I'm gonna play a video.
Strong wind gusts are now pushing in. This is that's in Old Harbor there. So yeah, if we're getting those winds in Old Harbor, we're probably starting to get them in other places as well. So again, guys, if you guys want to post here on this map, if you guys have any videos of this storm, the link is in chat here. Or let me get the link again. There we go. The link is in chat. So please send them in if you got any. We'll show them live on the stream. Yeah, thank you. Let me see who that was. That was Greg. Thank you, Greg, for sending that in. It's really helpful to see that. Now we know that there are strong winds. Pretty strong winds there in Old Harbor. Oh, looks like the cam is back here again in St. Catherine. Not seeing those winds in St. Catherine. I'll be right back. Give me 60 seconds. I'm going to leave it here for a second. Still a decent amount of motion in the river right now. Yeah, as you can see, every time you see some debris, you can see the flow is increasing. It's not really increasing to dangerous levels just yet, though. Like, the flow isn't that strong just yet. But we'll be keeping an eye on this cam for winds, which it'll probably pick up with this little band that's moving in, that should be moving into Kingston here shortly. The winds should pick up in this area. No, the water level is still the same, if not a little bit higher. Double check in the background here to see if any of the other cams are back live again. Oh wait. Some of the cams are back up. One cam is back up. Let me come over to here. When is that? That's now. Yeah, there is a cam back up. Let me get this up here. It's just not on the YouTube page. Give me a second. We should have two cams now. This one is in Kingston. Let's have a view of some trees. There we go. We now have another live cam here in Kingston. They got it back up, believe it or not. We'll be keeping an eye on both of these cams now. We'll be able to go back to this view again. Yeah, nothing too crazy happening in Kingston, at least up here on the mountain. Oh, what happened to this camera? Why is it all small? Let me fix that. Go. Okay, we have two views again. They're definitely out there trying to fix these cams. Thank you, Die Fabulous, for subscribing. Where's the eye now? Let's check the latest on the radar. Figure that out. See if we have a new scan. Yep, we do have a new scan, so let's go check it out. The eye wall is literally just off of the coast there. Let me try to track where it's going here. Yeah, that might go into southern Alligator Pond. Watch out. Especially near the coast. And we can see that stronger rain band as well. Really starting to form on the northern edge there too. And that's going to go into Old Harbor. So that's probably why those winds are really picking up there in Old Harbor. Yeah, I think Alligator Pond might get part of that that inner eye there. So watch out there in Alligator Pond. Again, that storm surge is also going to continue to increase in the harbor of near the harbor of Kingston, and also Old Harbor and Alligator Pond along the coast. This is when we're really going to see, especially over there near Alligator Pond, that's where the storm surge is going to be the highest. That's going to start piling up really from now on out until this thing is passed. Will I be covering the storms today in the U.S.? No, I will not. We are staying hyper-focused here on Jamaica. Internet and electricity unstable in Clarendon. Okay, thank you. The hurricane knocked out your power too. Ricardo, I would consider not watching a live feed anymore on your phone. I would save your battery, because just in case you need emergency services later, you want to make sure that your phone still has power.
It might be alright, man. And I don't do that much damage. Just have it just shoot them on.
Tide will be halfway soon. Yeah. So the tide is going to be rising with the storm surge as well. We can check to see if we have the latest spaghetti model plots in. Yeah, not too much of a change on the spaghetti model plots. Still
I was hurricane this news.
a lot of the models are southern Texas there. Still about a
hurricane I try to make the people that bleed out.
Chance here for
That's it, yeah. This is gonna be over quick.
Here is about a 50-50 chance.
This is gonna be slow and bomber clad painful.
And then this model here, also about a 50-50 chance there for Texas. And, I still have it, and nothing really has changed. No more significant shifts to the north just yet. So we'll have to see how the models end up progressing there. So that's the latest on the track further down the line, at least for the United States. For like areas like Cayman, we are not expecting direct landfall in Cayman at all anymore, but still some tropical storm force winds will be possible. Maybe some hurricane force wind gusts from every now and then could be possible. And then also we're still expecting direct landfall here in the Yucatan Peninsula as a much weaker hurricane though.
Okay, now guys.
The winds are definitely gustier here on the cams. Let's bring this up. So these trees are starting to move a little bit more here, and then also here in Kingston as well. The peak of the winds should be coming soon here for Kingston. That eye wall so far to the south, though, it's going to be pretty sporadic. It's going to feel calm, and then, you're going to get some wind gusts, and then it'll be calm again, so. No, Peter, we're not covering the United States today, no. Again, just not doing that today. Staying focused on this. It was a hard decision, but we're using all the energy that we have left here to cover Jamaica due to the fact that there is way more people that are being impacted by this storm here in Jamaica than what today's severe weather is going to do in the United States. Alright, let me check to see if we have any more videos or photos out of the area. WX scan. And not seeing any new videos or photos.
Mm-hmm.
This is the last video that was shared with us, just to give you the new people that are in the chat here an idea of just how strong the winds are currently in Old Harbor. Definitely starting to pick up there. Old Harbor could have a decent amount of impacts from this storm.
Okay, that's
Check
fine.
recon mission 14 to pressure as it finished recon. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was dropping a little bit. That was the latest reading that we got there. So. No problem, Lori. Glad we can reach. Well, I think we've reached a lot of people in Jamaica. So, we've all done a good job. The only reason I've been able to reach this many people in Jamaica is because you guys have been sharing the stream locally there. So I do appreciate everybody that's helped out with that. You guys have done an amazing job. We've reached a lot of people with coverage with this storm. And that's because of you guys. You guys tuning in at the beginning of the stream, liking the stream, subscribing, and sharing the streams all helped us reach more people with these storms. So I do appreciate it. live streaming it, so the camera definitely works. Let me check in on it. I mean, I've been watching the harbor cam, and oh yeah, the harbor cam is back up. Okay. Yep, the harbor cam is back up. You are right. That's a new development, though, so it wasn't always up. Harbor cam is back up, so let's get that set up here.
Who sent video?
A lot of convection also starting to reform on this storm. We're going to talk about that here shortly. But the harbor cam looks pretty intense, I'm not going to lie. Waves are really getting going. Oh no, don't go down now. Oh, it went down 5 minutes ago, never mind. The harbor cam was briefly back up, but we can go back in the stream and check out. Yeah, it did go briefly back up. This is what it looks like. This is what it looked like in Kingston Harbor moments ago. But yeah, you can really see that wind is starting to push this water.
You see what they're with old, all they do with old man.
Into shore.
Are you that, you know?
Storm surge there eventually. But yeah, unfortunately the camera went
we're
out again about 7 minutes ago. So we'll see if it'll come back up again. But yeah, the winds were definitely blowing. Thank you, beautiful world, Chippy, Buddy, yes, about earlier, and Miss Buzzy for subscribing. Thank you. Halfway tree cam is also back up. Let me check on that. Yes, the halfway tree cam is also back up. Oh, the cam is all the way back. Look at this. Okay, this is live. This is live. Oh, wow.
That shit I get mad.
Winds are definitely picking up.
That shit I get mad.
The cam is struggling, but this is live. Come on, keep trying, camera. So watch out there in Kingston, especially near the coast. The winds are starting to pick up quite a bit. These are probably going to be the peak of the winds here. You'd be struggling in that too, yeah. Yeah, we'll keep coming back to this cam to get a view of it. Yeah, it seems like the strongest winds are certainly near the beach there. Yeah, the cam is down again. If it comes back up, we will. I'll keep an eye on it on the side screen here. I see it up. I'll switch back to the cam. Oh, it's back up. Which view is it? It's back down again. It only came up for a second. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it on the side, and if when I see it go back live, we'll be back on it. But yeah, stronger wind gusts are starting to push into the area that is associated with this line of storms that is pushing into the harbor right now. That is going to try to make it inland. It probably won't make it inland too far, but over there in Spanish Town too, near the coast, Alligator Pond as well. And also, look at this convection starting to wrap around on the southeastern side of the eye wall. As of the last couple of scans, it's really starting to increase there with that convective burst happening there. Also, here's the latest radar imagery, and it looks like, yeah, that outer eye wall is just about to start pushing in to Alligator Pond. So that's going to, again, be the most significant impact there. And as you can see on radar, too, you can see why those winds are picking up here on the harbor. We do got a little kind of rain band pushing into the area. Also got a rain band pushing in to this part of Jamaica as well. And right here, there's that eye wall wind that is about to try to make it into southern Alligator Pond. So yeah, everywhere from Old Harbor there, Spanish Town, south of Port Antonio and Alligator Pond, your impacts are increasing here. This is going to be the worst of the storm for most folks, at least in this area. And eventually that's going to continue to push off to the west towards areas like Westmoreland and Negril. Also Montego Bay, your wind should start increasing shortly as well. You hear a lot of trees falling down. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, we're going to have trees falling down. We're going to have power outages. We're going to have some flooding issues. It is going to get pretty intense, especially the strongest winds. It looks like they are near the coast. Further inland where these cams right now, the winds really aren't too strong. Here's in St. Catherine, at least in this area, not getting too high of wind gusts, but this could be buffeted by the mountains. I mean, we're still watching this river. So far, no significant flooding, at least where this camera is. And then this is in Kingston, Jamaica, where it's definitely the precipitation is increasing. The amount of rain is increasing, and we still have some pretty gusty winds. You can see the trees are still moving around there, but the winds are going to be off and on there the further inland you go. The winds are probably stronger down there near the surface, if I had to guess. Yeah, keeping a close eye on this camera view. One thing I do want to do is bring up another camera view, if I can. It's still live, because it was live, so let's go ahead and check that out really quick. There. Okay. Also, we'll check to see if we have any more videos from the area. I think we might have a new one over here, actually. Yeah, as of 1:36. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we have a new video to watch from Chiswick. We'll go check that out in a second. I do want to see if this camera's back up in Halfway Tree. 1:38. That was 3 minutes ago. So it was up for a little bit, but it's down again. That was not really a very decent view there, but we'll keep our eye on it. Let me come over to here and let's check out this latest video. Now getting an eye in what's happening here near Montego Bay. Go. Oh yeah, winds are increasing there in Montego Bay as well. Look at that. Yeah, those are some pretty strong wind gusts there near Montego Bay. That's near the coast where those strongest winds will be. Thank you for sending that in. That's very helpful. Chiswick there. I do want to check to see, to make sure we haven't gotten any more postings from this. Yeah, there we go. Again, guys, if you want to send in, videos to me, please. What happened to my cam? That was pulling from here. Okay, so I'll have to do this one here again. And if you want to send views into me of the storm, we're trying to hear from you in Jamaica. The link is in the chat. Oops, I accidentally put a period there. Hold on. Link is now in the chat there. Why isn't that working? Okay, yeah. Blondie, if you could copy and paste that link again that'd be helpful because my link's not working. I don't know what I did wrong. Yeah, the Kingston Harbor live stream is still down at the moment. And this thing is really starting to wrap around last minute. You can even see the eye pretty clearly there now. Look at that convection. Here on the southern side, and here on the northern side. That eye is pretty much right in this region. Wow. Storm's re-strengthening. Briefly here, very strong areas of convection happening around that eye. See if we have the latest radar scan, because any moment now we should be seeing whether or not Southern Alligator Pond is gonna. Yep, it looks like they are gonna get the eye wall. It's Southern Alligator Pond. That's gonna be very strong winds pushing into Alligator Pond, Southern Alligator Pond, like right near the coast. Winds of close to 100 to 120 miles per hour sustained are going to be possible. Potentially even wind speeds of up to 140 miles per hour and max wind gusts of 175 miles per hour is going to be possible there in that northern eye wall, and that is unfortunately making contact here with Jamaica. So we do have technically an outer eye wall landfall here now in Jamaica. Those winds are going to be really intense. Storm surge could be anywhere from 7 to 10 feet, maybe locally higher. And also catastrophic wind damage, power outages are all going to be possible there along the coast there, south in Alligator Pond. That's Rocky Point. Yeah, okay, so in Rocky Point is getting the dangerous portion, the most dangerous portions of this storm right now. That's not good. I was hoping it would go south, but it does seem like it's actually making it into Jamaica. PC specs? I don't know. I just know I have a laptop. I run this stream with a laptop. I just know it's a maxed out computer on all the specs. I don't know all the details. Not really certain. Yeah, that's the latest here with the hurricane on satellite presentation. It looks to be intensifying, and right there in Rocky Point is getting the northern portion of the eye wall. There is a storm potential developing behind this storm, but it's not going to be nearly as strong as this storm is. I mean, I've done 12-hour streams on this laptop with no issue. I also have a cooling fan underneath it as well, though. Yeah, no problem. No problem. By the way, guys, if you haven't liked the stream yet, please give the stream a like. It helps us reach more people down the path on these storms. Also, if you live in Jamaica, please share this stream so we can help reach more people in the Jamaica area. When you share it to your social medias, your family members, your co-workers can get this same coverage that you're seeing right now. How many people do we still have viewing from Jamaica? Please put one in chat. I want to see how many folks still have power. Also put your area in chat as well. Or your parish. The eye coming back, and the eye never went away. Just because it disappears on satellite doesn't mean it's not there anymore. As you can see very clearly here on radar, the eye never went away, but it's definitely becoming more organized. And unfortunately, the northern eye wall is impacting Rocky Point right now. So significant storm surge and wind damage is probably occurring in Rocky Point. That's probably going to be the highest damaged region here in Jamaica. Earl was sleeping and now it's waking up. Yeah, you know, that wind shear has been ripping this storm apart as of recently, but man, on satellite, it is looking a lot healthier. We got convection all the way around that eye right now. So it is certainly getting a lot stronger as is some of these recent scans. No power in Alligator Pond, that is not surprising. It's sad to hear, and it's not surprising. I just really hope everybody in Alligator Pond is okay. You know, it doesn't matter if you're religious or not, definitely be sending your hopes or prayers to the Alligator Pond region. Even Old Harbor. We had reports out of Old Harbor, a video out of Old Harbor not too long ago. I'll show you guys. The winds are probably stronger now, but this was our last view here out of Old Harbor. Wait, what?
I want that you want, you know, woo, or you know, see that one there.
Last views here from Old Harbor. Oops, sorry. Yeah, as you can say, it's I bet you the winds are stronger now, though. Yeah, this is the, there are some people that live on Rocky Point there and near Alligator Pond, so that's where the storm's going to be the most intense. So, you know, after everything is done, over and done, I would definitely try to, you know, get in contact if you have any family members that live over there. Thank you, Tech Gaming. I appreciate that. I'm trying my best to keep you guys as well informed as possible. Hopefully, we have helped some of you guys in the area be aware of what's going on. I'm extremely worried. It's okay. Cayman is not expected to get a direct land impact from this storm. The tropical storm force winds to hurricane force winds will be possible as it makes the southern paths, but it's not going to be like anything that's happening in Rocky Point south of Alligator Pond. And if you're just now tuning in, we now have confirmed data here from radar indicating that Rocky Point, Jamaica is now in the northern portion of the eye wall. You can see the northern portion of it right here, and this storm is still rated a Category 4 with the potential to have 140 mile per hour winds and storm surge up to 7 to 10 feet, and also, unfortunately, wind gust potential of up to 175 miles per hour. So we're just hoping and praying that everybody in Rocky Port and Alligator Pond are going to be okay as this storm makes not landfall, but it is the outer eye wall is making landfall right now. And unfortunately, there's not going to be any folks from the region that's getting most impacted by the storm due to the fact that we have reports that power is completely out in Alligator Pond. So unfortunately, there's nothing more we can do for them other than just hope and pray that they're okay. Yeah, no problem, Benjamin. Oh, at least they went higher up. Yeah, me too. if they went higher up as well. At least away from the coast, because the coasts are most definitely completely swamped by that storm surge by now. That strongest storm surge is angled kind of perfectly for that little bend there. What time is the hurricane supposed to fully pass the island? By around 11 to by around 10 to 11 p.m., most of the island will be calming down quite significantly. There's definitely appearing to be a strengthening trend. We're getting that convection back into the southwestern portion of the storm. That's going to wrap around on the northern portion. So it does seem like it is picking up strength. I don't think we have any hurricane planes. Let me just double check. Yeah, we don't have. What's this? Yeah, we don't have any hurricane planes out right now. Oh wait, we do. We do have one hurricane plane approaching Barrel right now, so we'll be able to figure out here shortly how strong this thing is now, if it's increasing in strength or if it's the same strength. But I mean, on satellite, at least, it's looking a lot healthier. And thank you, Kiwesi Lee, for the $20 donation. Thank you so much. That's a huge help. Contributing to the electric bill, thank you. That will go a long way in helping pay the electricity, thank you. Some power is going off in Montego Bay. Okay, thank you. Hey, thank you, Tyler Kurtz, for the $10. I appreciate that. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Tyler Kurtz. He's actually a storm chaser here in the United States. And he does an amazing job on the ground, reporting the storms and keeping people safe in the United States. I'm sure if he could report out of Jamaica, if he had the funds to do it, he would. Streaming on a laptop is a bold move. It works. I don't know what to tell you. It just works. I do so much on my stream, it's ridiculous. I'm surprised it works. I'm as surprised as you are, but we don't get stream interruptions like ever. And stream quality stays good the entire time, and I stream in 1080p. I stream all these videos and and video feeds on 1080p as well. Let's go bring these big screen for a little bit. Checking on the river flow here. Yeah, the river flow is still slowly increasing. Still not seeing any significant height raises, though, at least in this portion of the river. Yeah, I mean, this is like the highest tier computer that you could get like 2 years ago or a year ago. I thank you, Grifter, for the $6.99. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, waiting on the latest radar scan to come in. Once it does, we will show it. They come in once every 10 minutes.
You know, the radar scan, you know.
Yep. Inner eye wall is still impacting Rocky Point. Here's the latest radar scan. Still impacting Rocky Point. After that, we have got to watch out for this area here. Got to watch out for this area here for those impacts with this eye wall, because the latest track might bring that northern eye wall into southern Westmoreland.
Look at that side, we're starting Jamaica.
Yeah, if you draw a straight line, it goes right into southern Westmoreland.
That's all I want that type of
even more widespread impacts if it continues on this trajectory. So hunker down there, down the line. We're circled here. We'll go on the big map here and kind of talk about some of those areas. So that would be like Junction, Malvern, White House in that section there. Watching down the line for that, and also, yeah, Junction, Southfield, Alligator Pond, Billy's Bay, Kalbish Bay, Great Bay. Those are the areas that are going to be next in line for that northern eye wall. What is that thing around Cuba? Thank you, BB, for the 10 as well. Thank you. Still have cell service. That's good. So this one back here, that's just thunderstorm. That's about it. Yeah. Also, by the way, we did get a video from near Montego Bay. We've had a lot of people tune in from Montego Bay. Not sure if we still have people tuning in from Montego Bay. But we did have a video come out of Montego Bay not too long ago. Try to get that up again. Just want to check to see if we have any new videos from the area. This is from near Montego Bay. A little bit earlier, and just because you guys are way out of way, there are still some pretty significant winds happening here. Somewhere around 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. These wind gusts could get as high as 60 miles per hour here, even though it's far away. And then closer to the eye wall, our last view of the storm was from Old Harbor, and that was here. This is the closest camera view we've gotten before. Most likely the power went out due to these wind gusts here. Get that up. And huge shout out to WXScan and the people posting here in Jamaica, allowing us to see what is happening near the surface. Thank you, Lovely, for the 10 as well. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Gonna be bad? Oh, yeah. So where the areas of the storm surge are probably the worst right now, according to radar, most likely, let me highlight it here. Yeah, most likely going in, we're probably getting some stronger winds into Kingston near the coast still. And then that storm surge is probably strongest here east of Alligator Pond near that harbor, Old Harbor Bay, in that area there. That's probably where the strongest storm surge is. Yeah, those winds are going to continue up there near Montego Bay for a while. Northern eye wall is still affecting Rocky Point as well from those latest radar scans. Montego, gotcha. Sure is decreasing significantly around Barrel. Uh-oh. That's not good. Yeah. I mean, you can see it on satellite. This thing is strengthening again. Really interesting to see what
this time I straighten up again.
Data looks like. The airplane is pretty much about right here. That doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. This will probably try to increase those wind speeds as it makes a close approach there. So we could see some stronger winds, and again, they're kind of just to the east and also into Kingston as well. This is the shot here from Kingston. That's St. Catherine from Kingston right now. The winds are increasing a little bit. See, the trees are moving a decent amount here. So that convective burst is probably this is probably gonna be the peak from this convective burst there in the Kingston area. Probably just about to really pick up out here. As like 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts are happening in Montego Bay. Has it passed Jamaica? Nope. We're getting some of the worst impacts from this storm right now in Rocky Point and Oak Harbor and also Alligator Pond. And we're seeing some stronger wind gusts now push more inland in Kingston. See if they got that harbor cam back up. Yeah, they still haven't got the harbor cam back up just yet. I bet you the winds are really ripping on that. That's the latest there. Yeah, winds are pushing in. They'll continue to be sheltered in place here. Please do not go out and about here. Stronger winds are pushing in, and especially over here near Alligator Pond.
C9 Zuisa says it's here now.
This thing is still a very intense hurricane.
Seems like it. So like it gets stronger than
the eye is right
C9
here.
Zuisa says, place mad me brother.
Pretty large eye on radar.
Zuisa say place mad.
St. Mary's looks very windy, yeah.
Place mad.
Does not surprise me. At the beach still up? No. No, the last data from that came in at 1:36. So about 30 minutes ago. Thank you, trucks are for girls.
Sexy K44 says it there now.
Yeah, so Zuisa say.
And thank you, Nigel, for the 20. Thank you. You guys are being very generous. Thank you. Yeah, no, this is not good. This is not good. I mean, it's technically not the worst case scenario, but it's also still not good for the folks over there near Alligator Pond.
C9 Zuisa says, yes, sis please mad.
Yeah, latest scans are definitely coming in again here. Yeah.
C9 Zuisa says, got some video to send.
Ball kind of got sheared off.
Hey, we did that with bias, but you know the thing I'm just have to go and wait patiently though.
C9 Zuisa says,
So
internet going in and out.
Yeah,
South of that
yeah.
as well. That's definitely where some of the stronger winds are with the storm. Still impacting Rocky Point. Still hoping Rocky Point is okay, but they're about to be in that second portion of the eye wall there as well. It kind of split apart there right as it hit land, probably because it hit
Sexy
land.
K44
so
says,
it'll probably do that,
oh no.
continue to do that. Is there any mountains near Rocky Point at all? Yeah, no, the satellite imagery is unfortunately pretty impressive here. You know, we weren't really expecting this much convection to try to reform on this storm, but I mean, it's Hurricane Beryl. And Hurricane Beryl has been fighting since it formed to stay alive, and it's making another push here, unfortunately, to get a little stronger.
But can I level up those Zuza?
Thank you, Action RC, for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. And thank you, DL, for the 5. Yeah, no problem. No problem. All right, let's do a wellness check. How's everybody doing in Jamaica? Is it over? It depends on where you are, GG. If you're up here in like the northeastern portion, the conditions are definitely going to start to die down. But the areas really getting impacted by this are pretty much from this point onward. We're probably going to see the most significant impacts if the eye continues in the current direction in this area here. And then further down the line too. But you guys are getting potentially anywhere from 50 to 70, maybe even a little bit higher wind gusts on the northern portion, and that will try to push into Spanish Town. The strongest winds are going to be near the coast, though, it seems. Yeah, definitely picking up a little bit here. Look at this. Yeah, a lot more rain coming into Kingston. Still have some decent winds pushing in. This is just north of Kingston, or kind of in, according to this map at least. It's over here in St. Catherine. A little bit calmer here on this camera, but we're watching this river like a hawk because this river goes into Spanish Town, and we're watching to see how high this river rises. And so far, so good. It's not crazy high yet.
No, I mean, I do something. I try to fix something.
Westmoreland is probably going to get some pretty decent impact from the storm as well.
Where's Zuza there? Zuza again?
Continue to be, you know, hunkered down there as well. We'll be tracking it on radar. We'll let you guys know everything that happens there. And then also we got another airplane.
Yeah, go ahead and go look.
Making it in. The airplane is now here. So it's getting closer to the eye. We should start to get some data, some new data on how strong this storm is now with this new increased convection.
Sexy K44 says, my goodness, it looks mad.
Shall we even do it that road?
Just waiting for some of these new scans to come in. I'm gonna drink some water here. Yeah, so far so good in flat,
says,
on the flat
now?
bridge, but
Yeah, look.
what's happening is that a lot of the rain
Yeah, look that. Look.
made it down there. So what we're really watching for on this camera is an increase of the flow of the water. Once that flow really increases and we start to see some debris really pop up in the flow, then that means we're starting to get those water from the mountain kind of filtered down. It's going to be lagged behind though. And again, the mountains act like a funnel for the rain, and it pushes it down into these rivers. And we're really watching for again Spanish Town, and we'll let you know if the rivers really start to rise. I'd be river aware down there in Spanish Town for sure.
That's some blood there. Mad. Just a pick up.
So that's why we're watching this cam. It's the main thing that this cam is going to help us show it, because it's pretty far inland. And as you can see, further inland, the winds aren't overly strong. Closer you get to the shore, it really picks up. Like the differences between these cams and the cam near the harbor earlier when we had a live view from that camera was you could definitely tell the difference. Portland or Portmore. I don't know where Portland is. Yes, it should start calming down for Portland, but you know, if we continue to get this increased convection here wrap around the south side, you might get a couple more wind gusts. But you know, the worst should be over for Portland. All right, let's go check out the latest.
C9 Zulissa says, "It a hit now, so if I go out, it's the internet."
Yeah, that eye wall is intensifying.
Oh, that's it. We should video call him to Brooklyn.
A little bit more of an intensification here of that eye wall.
Video call him.
So it kind of split there, so it's kind of a split eye wall.
Let me get a quick video call off of you, dog. You see what I go on out there, dog. You see what I go on, daddy. Oh, fuck, no, well, I'm a fool. What's that? You could have live broadcast the bomb buckler. Oh, Mr. Fool.
Right in here, though. It's not the core of
live broadcast from Jamaica. We could have do one live broadcast.
Just still impacting Rocky Point. In this area that kind of
I will now report live from Jamaica.
Into Alligator Pond right now, or should be pushing into Alligator Pond soon. And again, please stay away from the coast.
Hold on, why we can't see you?
Is really going to be pushing up onto the coast now.
Oh, right here, we can't see you. Alright, where go on?
It's not good.
Who's that?
Answer.
Not a good situation there. Also, winds continuing to pick up here on this camera.
Hold on, I'll try to do it. We don't know where first one. Why not answer it?
Hold on, I ain't got some time.
Like it. Hey, the free? No, let me call you. Oh, hold on. You know why I go.
Not very strong, but
hold on, Jesus.
They are picking up. Yeah, if there was a camera on Rocky Point, that would be quite the view. But we have
why not?
Power in Rocky Point and Alligator Pond.
So I can send it in our car. Let me focus in our car.
We might have lost this cam again near Kingston. See if I can pull up another one. See if any of the other cams are working.
Hold on, oh, you finally come out of it. You see, that's why I never do it.
Just showed up and I refreshed it. Hold on. Let me get this back up working here again. Is this one working? Oh wow. There we go. Yeah, whenever it goes to the trees there, you can see the winds are pretty decent here near halfway tree here in Jamaica.
Half tree.
Zoom in.
That's some fancy.
So you can see it better. Unfortunately,
man, one hand. Still not see. No.
For this area, I don't think. Let me just double check.
Well, yeah, but me not see you for some no reason. I don't know why.
No borders for this area, so it makes it hard to see what's going on. I agree.
Oh, see that? Oh.
Unfortunately, this is the only radar.
Oh, okay. See that? Yeah, I see now. GPS. Yeah.
Thank you, Cassandra, for subscribing. By the way, guys, if you haven't liked this stream, please like this stream. It does help us reach more people in the path of this storm. Also, especially if you live in Jamaica and you're still viewing
we are going to live coverage.
Please share the stream to your local area. We got to warn the people down the path here near Westmoreland and Petersfield that some pretty strong winds are coming. As this storm is intensifying and going a little bit more north than projected.
Yeah, our mad freaky ass hurricane this brother, you know, sister, this hurricane and have the brain cell.
Alright, watch out. Listen. You have a year one minute come over, you have a year woo in our background. Listen.
Why I see, but me don't know man, side screen it grady, you know. You can see some wind that blow. Yeah, signal bad.
The signal. Yeah, the signal bad.
One more.
We can't go no further.
No man, don't go no further. Stay way there. You get it.
That
I live view that.
Continuing here, trying to figure out the best way to center this. Yes,
Bumbo.
the best way to center it so you can see that convection and also.
Well, let me mute the boy. I could mute the boy.
Let me see if we got that newest radar scan.
Right now we have Zusa reporting live from Jamaica right now. Live with the hurricane. Why are we screen, guys? Screen back big. Zusa right now.
Dog, it's mad dog, bro. I just show me can't really show you real thing what going come like an aftermath now for show you dog.
Yeah, cause signal mad. And for everywhere we are trying to get a good view, we don't get a good view of it, you know?
Yeah, it's mad out, brother. It's mad out and all that. Mad out, brother. I tell you say right now about three drop around the backyard and that. Yeah, go up on the side of it, isn't it? Yeah, to show you what going on.
How fast you think the wind them are blow?
Right now, it's about 40 and 50 right now.
Okay.
And let me see what time. Exactly 2:21 now, so it just reached, isn't it?
So you just sit and pick up. Them say did I get stronger in them, so
yeah.
I don't know. But when I kill out the battery.
Yeah man, no worry yourself. It all get anytime I see a woman can give a better coverage, I don't know a thing that I video when I can. So
yeah man, madman. Yeah my brother. When I say kill out the battery. You know when it get a bit more rougher, you know? Yeah man. There, yeah man, stay safe bro. Everybody safe, mommy safe, everybody safe, right? Everybody still good.
Yeah man, I don't want to
hey. Sure, what you know? Can't really see much. Yeah, the signal bad, you know? So well, I hear you and I see and I make out two things, but you know the signal kind of rough. You see me?
But yourself, I jump on the kick and go and watch what I go on.
Aye, brother. Yeah. Dear. Aye. Okay, Zusa. You see what I go on? Who get to see? You get to see what I go on? Yes, that was live from in Jamaica. Boo! Oh shit, we did that. We did that expect. Yeah, that one be like, yeah. You know what I'm saying, man? So why she never come watch it? So you tell me video call him and like watch his stream.
Yeah, there is some pooling of water on the road, so flooding is trying to happen here, but it's not really dangerous flooding just yet. I'm not overly concerned.
Oh, you tell me.
Amount of rain on the way, so we might see the
Oh, you say me if you call him for you see it, but you never go watch his stream.
The eye center is most likely going to not make landfall here in Jamaica, but
yeah, I did.
Most points of Jamaica are getting impacted by the northern eye wall. And thank you, Rosalind, Sedane, and Non-Dasher for subscribing. Yeah, it's most likely not going to make landfall.
I take time I pick up with you.
The northern eye wall is affecting.
When I pick up, man.
Yeah, you can really see those winds are picking up on the left there.
I tell you, yeah, it there now. It go. It there. The boat.
This halfway tree. Here.
It's the category for one. Why did you use it?
I'm starting to figure out that your guys'
Sexy
areas
K44 says,
or
it look mad, baby.
Aren't like our cities where, you know, all the parishes are considered like pretty much the same city.
In a guy in Madras zoos are there. Yeah, it's a bit mad over there, so the zoos are there, but
what category is it right now? It's still category 4 hurricane. The 140 mile per hour winds and 175 mile per hour max gusts. And we do have a Hurricane Hunter plane.
I don't understand it though.
Right now. It's almost there. We should start to get data out of it here shortly.
Man still a walk when you go to one out there half a tree. I'm going out there half a tree.
Yeah, you don't need landfall, exactly. As long, like, that's what we've been saying all stream, you know, as long as that northern eye wall is impacting Jamaica, we're going to still see significant damage. And there's the core of the northern eye wall there. It keeps, like, splitting, and it seems to be, like, contracting as the latest scans. It keeps splitting on the northern edge.
Sexy K44 says, the hurricane is moving like a predator, stalking its prey.
Most likely,
My
some of the
gosh.
stronger winds with this storm is, according to some of the latest drop songs though that have come out of the storm, which was a couple hours, or about an hour ago, hour or two ago, the stronger winds should be on this portion. But could still see, you know, there's 140 mile per hour winds within that area. So unfortunately, Rocky Point is getting hit pretty hard right now. This camera's still not working anymore. Yeah. Still just have this camera left here. In Halfway Tree, Jamaica. Parishes are like countries. Interesting. Hey, thank you, Samajin, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Yeah, this increased convection that we're seeing around the eye is certainly not a good sign.
Yeah, come on tonight, isn't it?
We'll see how sustained it is.
So we grab a cookie. Nothing we have, yeah.
You know, this kind of started down here, as you can see, wrap around. So I'm gonna watch that same area to see if we get some more convection try to wrap around. If this thing, you know, keeps on firing that convection, we could eventually see this thing strengthen. Believe it or not, which I can't believe I'm saying that, given how much shear is in this area right now. It's quite incredible what this storm has been able to achieve. I mean, because you can see just moments ago, literally like, I would say a good hour ago, this storm was looking really ragged. All it took was just a momentary convective burst here on the southern side, and this thing is back to looking pretty well organized, or at least more organized than it was. Oh man, the camera is really shaking here in Halfway Tree. Strong wind gusts are coming into Halfway Tree right now. Or stronger wind gusts. This is the first time we've really seen the camera shake like this in Halfway Tree. Yeah, look how much the... And we even have debris blowing, a little bit of debris blowing across the street as well. Yeah, definitely keeping an eye on this camera, as those winds should continue. Actually, let me see if this camera's working again. It is. Okay. Yeah, the camera there in St. Catherine is working. Wow, look at those wind gusts. This is actually pretty intense on the left side. Look at those trees move. So yeah, it looks like the peak of the winds are pulling into Halfway Tree, and that would be also Kingston as well. Definitely some stronger winds pushing, and this is the strongest winds we've seen on this cam all day. Again, that's because of this convective burst right here that is pushing into the region here. So that will momentarily increase the winds quite a bit. Keep going back to that cam every time we see a new wind gust. Yeah, it looks like the St. Catherine cam might be going down again. We'll switch back over to this screen. And I'll keep an eye on that camera there underneath me. If I see it zoom into those trees and there's some strong wind gusts, we'll go over there and look at it. Yeah, that's mainly because of this area of the storm that's really pushed up into the area. So that storm surge is most likely increasing there. Yeah, Alligator Pond is getting impacted pretty significantly. I mean, if that's the winds here, you know, in if that, like, you know, those winds in, you know, near Kingston are that strong, then near the eye they're way stronger than that. Oh no, I got bad news on the radar, guys. When the organization of the northern eye wall is increasing, we're starting to see oranges, and it unfortunately is again still over Rocky Point. Those oranges are right over Rocky Point. It's probably the worst conditions we've seen all day. Now pushing into Rocky Point, you can really tell on radar that this eye wall is organizing quite quickly again. It's looking very healthy eye wall. On the northern side, we're starting to see some increased oranges on there, which indicate that we're probably getting some stronger winds really push into the Rocky Point area. So this is probably the strongest winds Rocky Point has gotten this entire time. That is not good. Those could truly be those 140-mile-per-hour winds really starting to push in. Not good. That's not a good look. That was what we were hoping. You know, it seems like this thing is strengthening pretty much right as it goes into Rocky Point. Yeah, thoughts and prayers go out to Rocky Point, the people that live there. The storm surge there is probably 7 to 10 feet right now. It is not good. Yeah, Still seeing some pretty gusty winds over here near Half Tree. Yeah, look at those trees on the left. Still some pretty decent winds. A little bit of debris blown across the road there as well. Oh, wow, something just fell down over there. What is this guy doing? Get back inside, sir. Okay, he's back inside. Oh, wow. All right, this is a big gust here, really blowing the camera around. It seems like the winds are coming in waves here. Okay, it looks like one of our other cams are back up again. Not this one, but this. I'll have to manually do it here. Give me a second. A brief second here while there's another view here that we can pull up that is finally back online. And this is in the Kingston here, and you can see those winds are also picking up here on this camera as well. Yeah, change the nameplate here. This is not Kingston Harbor. This is Kingston, Jamaica. There we go. Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, that was a pretty hefty wind gust there. Oh, even some debris. Debris is falling out of the sky there. Yeah, winds are really picking up here in Kingston. Those trees are moving a lot. This is definitely the strongest winds we have seen, and that is coming from that convective burst. This is, you know, what we thought might happen, and it's happening. So these could be up to hurricane force wind gusts happening right now for Kingston. I don't think it's a tornado, no. It's just the wind is strong enough to lift that debris up. Let's check back in with this camera view. Still some decent winds, but I think this one's got the best view right now, so we'll keep this one up here. Oh yeah, there's another tree branch, small tree limb, sorry, falling out of the sky there. See if we have the latest radar scan. Nope, no latest radar scan yet. But what's happening here? We'll come over to this feed here, and we'll
with a move like a predator, just stacking it to it.
Right there, and then we will take that. We'll take this webcam down because it's struggling. Gotta change the nameplate here. I gotta change the nameplate for this one as well. What is this one called again? It's Half Tree something. Let me just Halfway tree, okay. Latest satellite's view here on the storm. Still getting some pretty healthy convection here around that eye wall, and yeah, it kind of looks like this is taking a much more northerly track, at least on satellite. It'll be interesting to see what the radar has to say. Let's come back over to here, bring this full screen. You hate hurricanes? Me too. And the crazy thing is, this isn't even the worst of what's happening in Jamaica right now. The worst of it's happened in Rocky Point. Yeah, this is only what we can see. Over there near Rocky Point, it is very likely that we are getting 140-mile-per-hour wind gusts happen in that region. Let me see if we have the latest radar scan. Oh yeah. Rocky Point is directly in the core of this. Oh man, worst case scenario. Still for Rocky Point. There it is. Wow. Not good. That is the strongest portion of the hurricane pushing into Rocky Point still. Just unbelievable. Can't believe this thing still has the ability to strengthen. It's mind-boggling is what it is. You know, from a meteorological perspective, you know, with this much wind shear that's around the storm right now, it should not be doing this. So I'm guessing the wind shear has gotten weaker. That's the only thing that makes sense here. Oh, wow. The eye is starting to clear up a little bit. Wow. This thing is intensifying, I feel. It's got to be intensifying. The eye's clearing up. Yeah, you can almost see it on visible satellite. Man, look how much that organized just in the past hour or two. Wow. Back over here, bring this big screen. I mean, look at that. That's not good. I'm really interested to see. Yeah, the eye's clearing up on water vapor as well. It's starting to dry out. So we're probably about to see the eye try to reform. Yep. On satellite. The eye's there. It never went anywhere, but the eye's going to try to reform on satellite here in a little bit, it seems. As it is deepening, which most likely is an indication that the pressure is dropping. Which is not a good sign. Let me see what the plane's doing. If we got any data from the plane yet. I do not see the plane on the map anymore. Not sure what's happening there. Oh. In progress, mission in the barrel. Okay, so it's most likely about to turn into the storm here in just a little bit. All right, we're getting some stronger winds here again in Halfway Tree. Look at those trees on the left. Yeah, the latest updates with this storm is that this thing is packing 140 mile per hour winds and potentially 175 mile per hour wind gusts are happening in Rocky Point right now. This is not, this camera is not in Rocky Point. It's in Halfway Tree near Kingston. Unfortunately, there aren't any cams in Rocky Point, or we would definitely be trying to give you guys a view of that, but there's literally people walking around. Are you kidding me? That is extremely dangerous. You get a flying piece of sheet metal and just like that. Unbelievable. Do not do that, please, is all I gotta say. Please stay sheltered in your house, please. She's got a photo out of Rapid City coming. Oh, wow. Look at this. Pretty cool photo of a storm in Rapid City, South Dakota. Not related to the hurricane, but it's a long-living storm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is, honestly, given the fact that it's stayed this intense for this long, this is certainly one of the more impressive storms I think I've ever witnessed. It's not the strongest storm ever, although it is the strongest storm to ever happen in June, and it was the fastest Category 5 ever to happen, so it's broken a lot of records. But thank you, Peter, for the $30. Thank you so much. That is a huge help out to the channel. It does also seem like it's kind of slowed down. That is a good point there. It might have slowed down a little bit. We'll have to see what the hurricane plane says. We should have a new update from the National Hurricane Center within an hour and 15 minutes. So that new update will be coming. But yeah, I mean, it's not the strongest storm, but it's certainly one of the most feistiest storms I have really ever kind of watched. And I've been watching hurricanes since a child. The fact that this thing, because the wind shear over this storm is pretty intense. And it's still fighting. It's crazy. It's honestly a little bit mind-blowing. And yeah, I mean, the fact that this eye wall is kind of this eye is kind of reforming on satellite just really gives you an understanding of where this storm is in relation to the track. It's certainly jogged up to the north, which is what we didn't want to see. See the newest radar scan in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for Cheyenne County, Nebraska. Well, I don't think we have anybody from Nebraska in the chat, but I'll just look at it. We're not going to pay attention to the storm really at all, but just want to take a look at it. Yeah, if you live north of Sydney, south of Gurley in Nebraska, go to your safe spots. The lowest, most interior room of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. But yeah. Just know we're going to be getting alerts still. My alert system is not going to be off on this stream, so you're still going to hear updates on the United States weather. Just to let you guys know. Oh, man. Starting to see some pretty hefty winds again on that tree. We don't have the newest radar scan just yet. New video on the map west. Also another north area. Zoom in. There are two. Okay, so looks like we have some new videos coming in. Jamaica. Try to find it. Oh, I see it. Yeah, that's from a while ago. From a while ago. Oh yeah, here we go. From Den, here in northwestern Jamaica, has taken a video. Thank you, Sandra, for the 20 on Venmo. Let's check out this video here. This is near Montego Bay. It seems like it's calmed down a little bit, at least as of late. Wow. And I'll tell y'all what, Jamaica is a beautiful country, my goodness. It really sucks. I really hope the beauty is not affected too much, because man, this is a beautiful area, my goodness. I definitely want a vacation here. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty calm up there. We should have a new video as well somewhere. I gotta zoom in to see it. Oh yeah, a new video. Major winds in Montego Bay is what it's titled. Oh wow! Is that some debris falling there? What the heck was that? Oh yeah. Look at that. It looks like a gutter and some debris fell. Yeah, this is not Montego Bay, I don't think. I think this is a little bit to the east of Montego Bay. Yeah, some gustier winds and some damage and debris are flying around. This is why you don't want to be outside, because you could get hit by that stuff. But thank you for sending this in. Again, if you guys, hey Blondie, can you post that link a couple times in chat? But yeah, if you guys want to post photos of what you're experiencing in the area, that link is going to be in chat. Here, this is WX Scans. And it's an app we use so we can communicate with people in the path of storms if they want to share their experience. Thank you for sending that in. Oh wow, look, the latest scan. Man, look at this convection on the northern portion of that eye wall. That's going to try to make it into Alligator Pond, it seems. Could come very close to Alligator Pond. Watch out there in Alligator Pond. Those intense winds are probably getting pretty close to you. Yeah, link is in chat. If you want to share anything, if you live in the Jamaica area and you want to share your experience there, go to that link and post a video or a photo so we can see what's happening. We'll show it live on stream. Yeah, still seeing that eye try to clear out here south and west of Alligator Pond. This is still a strong storm, and it seems to be strengthening a little bit here. Or at least, at the very least, sustaining its strength. Wow, this camera is really shaking here in Halfway Tree. So certainly keep an eye on these cameras. All right, let's go check to see if we have a latest radar scan out of this storm. Should be in by now. Yeah, we do. Okay, the latest scan here out of the storm. Looks like, let's get the newest track as we can. That center of the eye. Eye wall is still impacting Rocky Point, and it is migrating up to the north towards Alligator Pond. So watch out there in Alligator Pond, and these increased winds from the storm are coming from this portion of this of the storm, that little green line that you see, and those are going to continue to stream into the area. That wind or that storm surge will continue to try to pile up here along the coast here. So continue to please stay away from the coast and continue to hunker down until this thing moves off a little bit more to the east. Or to the west, sorry. Yeah, that eye wall is still impacting Rock Point and is now migrating pretty close to Alligator Pond. So you guys might get some pretty intense winds depending on how close that comes to you there in Alligator Pond. What's the intensity? As of right now, this is a Category 4 hurricane with 140 mile per hour wind speed sustained and 175 mile per hour wind gusts, and those are most likely located in that northern eye wall that is pushing into Rocky Point right now. So we could be talking about some pretty catastrophic damage and life-threatening storm surge pushing into the coastal regions here of Jamaica. This is not what we wanted to see. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. Is it getting stronger? I can't say for 100% certainty, but it's certainly more organized than it was moments ago. I'm not sure if this plane's going to fly into the storm there. Seemed like it was going to, but kind of just flew past it. I'm not sure if it's going to turn around eventually or not, but we'll see. Thank you, Alex, for subscribing, and I appreciate that compliment. Thank you. How will it be hitting the Yucatan? I mean, if this storm continues to fight like this, this thing is probably going to try to be a Category 2 by the time it goes into Yucatan. So we'll see. It could go anywhere from Toulon to north of Chetumal there as it approaches, and that will be sometime between on the in between the 4th and the 5th, overnight, late night in the early morning hours there. So we'll see. I mean, this storm is fighting the wind shear every step of the way. It's just been keeping its intensity longer than most folks anticipated. The models were pretty wrong on the storm. Flies around the storm. Oh, okay, never mind. So it's not going to go in the storm then. Just feeling the wind now in Kingston. Yeah, the winds in Kingston and Halfway Tree have been picking up a decent amount. We've been seeing some debris fly around, but those winds really shouldn't last for long. And in fact, they might start to kind of settle down a little bit. But maybe another surge here, depending on how far north this convection goes. But that initial surge of wind happened because we had this convective burst that pushed those winds into Kingston. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, you can still see that camera in Halfway Tree is still shaking quite a bit. So there's still some decent winds in Kingston. Yeah, it used to be a Cat 5. Yeah, it did hit Cat 5 status at one point. Thankfully, it's not that strong anymore, but I mean, 140 mile per hour winds is still a strong storm. Can't find any stream covering the tornadoes. Yeah, I think Max is taking a break right now. We'll go over there and give brief updates, but only when there's new tornado warnings. I mean, we're not gonna be tracking it. We're tracking this right now. Yeah. I'm okay with giving brief updates. Like if there's a new tornado warning, we'll tell people to get in their safe spot, but we're not gonna be tracking the storms. We're just not gonna be doing that, unfortunately. But I really hope everybody there pays attention to the warnings. The good news is that there's news coverage of it 100%. There's somebody live on TV in that local area that's covering that tornado, so there is coverage. Yeah, Max is on vacation, yeah. Which is allowed, by the way. Not sure if you guys know, but me and Max both have been streaming what feels like 24/7. I haven't gotten a break from streaming. I only had like 1 day break in the last month. So, I mean, and he's been doing the same thing. Is there a chance Barrel re-strengthens before hitting Texas? Yes, there is a chance. It just depends on the track it takes further down the line. Yeah, it just depends on the track. You know, if it takes a little bit further north, it will re-strengthen, most likely, before pushing into Texas. If this tracks in this direction, it'll most likely re-strengthen to a Category 1 hurricane. Could be a little bit stronger as it approaches Mexico, or it could go a little bit further south. So still some uncertainties, but we're getting a little bit of clarity on what could happen, at least for this center line scenario. But again, we still have those northern spaghetti model plots indicating a chance for a shift to the north. Yeah, no problem. Why are there so many people out and about? Don't ask me. Who knows? Maybe some of them, I don't know what the homeless situation is like in Jamaica, but maybe those are people without homes. I don't know. Will there be flooding in Spanish Town? We had something that had a view on what could potentially happen here near Spanish Town, but it seems like, yeah, the stream is still not working. Well, we were monitoring the river here. Hopefully we get another view of that again, and we can, oh, yep. All right, it is technically working here. So yeah, I mean, water levels are still looking decent here. The flow is not too fast, but again, it's going to lag behind. The river's going to lag behind that rainfall that is happening in the mountains. That's going to slowly kind of filter down into the area, and if we get a big burst of rain, which is kind of what we're having right now, it'll probably take an hour or so before that makes it down the river. So we could see some lagging in that flood threat there for Spanish Town, and it's going to come from this river most likely. So we're watching. Yeah, latest scan here, at least on the satellite for Alligator Pond. Looks like the strongest winds for Alligator Pond are probably pushing in right now. And the latest track of this eye is coming pretty darn close to Rocky Point. At least according to satellite, but I don't think it's going to technically make landfall there in Rocky Point. Should go just to the south, at least the center of the eye will. The eye wall is currently still over Rocky Point. Yeah, we do have that latest radar scan here. See, yeah, the center of the eye is here, and Rocky Point is still in that outer eye wall. Still pushing up into there, so still some most likely very significant winds and unfortunately chances for catastrophic damage and catastrophic sea surge or storm surge is happening most likely still in the Rocky Point area. They almost made it into the eye briefly. You can see there's almost a moment where it clears out, but unfortunately, you know, this track is actually could be a little bit more damaging than a direct impact. Because they've been in that northern eye wall now for about a half an hour to almost 45 minutes. So if that continues to be the case here, you know, they might be getting more impacts, at least there in Rocky Point, than they would have if they got a quick blow from one side of the eye, the center of the eye, which it would have been calmer then, and then another quick blow on the backside. Yeah, I mean, that's bad. That is not what we wanted to see today. Thank you, Rohan, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Yeah, Burrow will pass. Yes, it's not going to last forever. By the time we get to 7 p.m., for a lot of folks, it's going to be over. The worst impacts are going to be over. So we got a little bit longer here. Just hang in there, continue to be sheltered in place. Impact should be dying down quite significantly, though, for like Port Antonio, Georgia, and Morant Bay. Still could have some lingering tropical storm force winds, though, so I still wouldn't be out and about. Storm's moving at 18 miles an hour right now still. So we have a new plane just launched near Puerto Rico that is traveling towards Barrel. So I think this one's going to be one that's going to drop sounds. So we have a new plane en route, mission 16. So we should have some new data on this storm here probably within over the next hour or so. It very much now feels like a hurricane. Yeah, that eye wall's getting pretty close. So those hurricane force wind gusts could be extending all the way into Kingston. This is the view out of Kingston, or at least near Kingston in Halfway Tree, Jamaica. See, the rain's really picking up here. We used to be able to see all the way back to where that red thing is, but now we can barely even see it. We'll see what the trees look like when they zoom out. Yeah, some stronger rain is moving in and might be accompanied with some stronger winds, at least in Halfway Tree. Tree limbs getting torn down and wind picked up to a scary level in minutes. Yeah, there's going to be those quick little bursts of wind with this storm. Yeah, it's not going to be constant, especially on the outer side of the storm. It's not going to be constant strong wind. It's going to fluctuate between stronger winds and a little bit weaker winds. Yeah, guy on a motorcycle there. Oh, we got some debris moving across the road. Looks like some sheet metal, maybe? Sheet metal on the road, on the bottom right, kind of. Yeah, there's a dude doing donuts in a hurricane. Y'all are crazy in Jamaica. What the heck? You guys, that's the first ever documented Jamaica man. If you guys aren't familiar with Florida man, it's people doing dumb stuff in Florida, and we call them Florida men. So we now have the first ever documented Jamaica man doing donuts in a hurricane. Wow, look at those winds. Oh yeah, it's actually really starting to pick up here in Halfway Tree. This is the strongest winds we've seen all day. He could be from Florida. That is possible as well. That might just be a Florida man in Jamaica. There's literally people walking around. That guy in the orange jacket, he's walking around. He's one of those guys that like walks around during a hurricane and shouts at people and says, "See, I told you it wasn't that bad." I'm walking out here, it's fine. We'll come back over to that camera once we get another zoom out towards those trees. Just checking on the river really quick. Yeah, the river cam is down again. Radar site is down in Cuba. That was the radar that was the site we were using to track the storm there. Try to just open the link again.
C9 Zuisa says, "It mad ya now."
Radar's back. Yeah, latest scans here, looks like Rocky Point is still in the eye wall. Still in the eye wall. See if we can notice any northern trend at all down the line. Oh, it's pretty much doing a straight path here, so the next close eye wall approach is going to be on this point of Jamaica. And unless we see another northern trend, you know, that eye wall might scrape the entire southern coast here. They're near Alligator Pond, and just to the west of Alligator Pond as well. So we might get a view of those trees again. That's Jamaica, okay. Yeah, that's your Jamaican man doing donuts on a motorcycle in a hurricane. That's like honestly the most badass thing you could say, to be honest. Dude, what were you doing yesterday? I was doing donuts on a motorcycle in a hurricane. What about you? Yeah, no problem, Lexa. We're in a little calmer period here. Man, that rain is still really wrapping around this thing right now. Lots of rain falling here. Hopefully that river cam comes back up, because I got a feeling some flooding's coming. This is definitely the heaviest rain that we've had in this area. They were wearing a helmet, to be fair. It's a long day. Power went out at 10:30 and really amped up around 1 p.m. Oh, wow. Yeah, the winds are definitely picking up. Oh, that was a big wind gust there. You can tell by those trees. That palm tree really swayed. So yeah, it's definitely on and off. Like, it kind of calms down a little bit, then it picks back up. We'll wait for it to zoom out again. Yeah, latest scan here, this thing is still pretty well north of that track. And the reason why these winds are so strong is we're still getting kind of like this outer edge of the hurricane push into Kingston. Spanish Town, Kingston are all getting these winds. near Alligator Pond. That eye wall is very close to you, so you're probably getting your most intense winds of the day still there near Alligator Pond. Further down the line, just to the west of Alligator Pond near like Junction and Malvern, definitely watch out because it kind of seems like that eye wall is going to want to scrape there on the coast. Oh wow, camera shaking quite a bit again. Probably getting a stronger wind gust. Oh wow. Hey, thank you Rosemary and Nat for subscribing. That was another stronger wind gust that just came through. And now look, you know, the camera's not shaking as much. So yeah, it's like these winds are pulsating there on the northern side of this hurricane right now in Halfway Tree and near Kingston. So please continue to stay sheltered in place. Do not hop on your motorcycle and do donuts, please. The power line's always so ragged. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen any power lines
A new tornado
fall or
warning
anything.
has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued. Kind of in the middle of nowhere. Near Doughboy. Doughboy, Nebraska needs to be in their safe spots until that tornado warning expires.
Sassai Queen says how.
Yeah, that's the latest here. We haven't really gotten another convective burst, though, from the southeastern side of the storm for quite a while. So I'm wondering if this storm is interacting with those mountains a bit. Oh, here we go. We're back over here to the tree view. Portland is now just feeling it. Okay, that makes sense because you guys are near this area. Oh wow. Definitely some decent wind gusts right now, still in Halfway Tree. Is it gonna hit Jamaica as hard as it? Is it hit Grenada? No, but I mean that northern eye wall, where some of the stronger winds are with this storm, you know, they're gonna have wind gusts potentially up to 175 miles per hour. So there is an argument to make that it could be stronger briefly. I'm not sure if we're going to get any accurate data out of the area, so we probably won't ever really know. Thank you, Linda, for gifting 5 memberships. If you guys got a membership from Linda, make sure you're giving her a big old thank you. Yeah, this looks like a little marketplace here, I think. Oh, wow. That was a pretty decent wind gust there. Oh, yeah, look at that tree. It's really swaying on the left. Ah, man, it always zooms in on the strongest wind gusts. We'll come back over to that cam once we get another zoomed out view. Okay, let me see if we got the latest radar scan. And then we'll check it on the plane as well. Yeah, latest radar scan has come in. Eye wall still impacting Rocky Point, and also looks like maybe little parts of it are trying to make it into Alligator Pond. So winds are still probably picking up there in Alligator Pond as the storm is making its closest approach to you right now. Further down the line, let me track where this, at least the northern portion of the eye wall is going. Yeah, it's probably going to try to make another approach right there on that little point there, which is going to be near Malvern, I think. Might try to scrape that coast too, which would not be good because that'd be two areas significantly impacted by the storm. Yeah, you can see that camera on the top right is really starting to shake. I think we're about to get a view of the tree, so I'm gonna come back. Give me 60 seconds. I have to use the restroom really quick. I'll leave this up so you guys can see the tree when it pans to it. Wind gusts are still ongoing here. It seems like we're in a little bit of a calmer period. I mean, those trees are still moving a decent amount, though. Looks like it's calming down just a little bit. Not sure if it's going to last. We could get another pulse of some stronger winds and rain, but also it seems the rain has kind of calmed down a little bit too, yeah. Still getting some decent gusts. Keep an eye on it, though. Check the radar for the Kingston area, kind of check out what's going on here. Yeah, that's that band of rain. So yeah, I mean, there could still be some more on the way. There's still another area of some heavier rain behind that that is going to be pushing into the Kingston area, Half-Tree area there again. So it's not quite over and done yet there. So still please continue to be sheltered in place there. It's probably going to be another hour before those winds really start to die down. Thank you, Jason, Cass, Daniel, and Julie for subscribing. Thank you so much. Can we see the harbor? Is the harbor working again? I'll check to see if the harbor's working again in the background. The harbor's still not working. It's still down. I bet you the winds are pretty intense up there. Bridge cam is back up. Okay, let's check on the bridge cam. Just to see if we're seeing increased flow or flooding yet. See if we can get a pan back. It's not really a wind cam, but it's mainly here to show us, you know, what the conditions could be down the line for Spanish Town. I mean, the river still seems to be doing all right. Not really too much turbulent flow either on the river. Yeah, latest scan here from the satellite. You can see that we still have some stronger winds pushing into the Alligator Pond area. Malvern and Junction need to be watching out for those eye impacts. Hey, thank you, Logie Frog, for becoming an EF3 member. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome. Welcome to the Fry family. Glad to have you. That's a huge amount of support. Thank you. It seems like the eye wall, as the latest radar scan here, is just scraping the west side of Rocky Point. Getting very close there. The winds are probably at their peak there near Alligator Pond, which we've already learned that Alligator Pond does not have any electricity, so there most likely is nobody watching this channel right now from Alligator Pond. But you can see pretty clearly that wind field of those up to hurricane force wind gusts is pretty much completely encompassing Jamaica right now. So we're probably feeling the most impact out of this storm happening right now. When you talk about the average wind speeds across the entire region here of Jamaica. Alright, we should get another view of that tree again here shortly from the camera. Let me see where that aircraft is that's nearby. No new updates on the position of the aircraft yet. Why is slow mode on? Because we have 6,000 people in chat. And we're trying to give people, room to be able to put their messages in and I can see it. Okay, here we go. A view of the tree again. That'll be a record, almost. The most people I've ever had in chat is 8,000. Oh, a little bit of a stronger wind gust here. Oh, wow. Yeah, see how they come in pulses? Like, it was seeming a little bit calm there for a second, then all of a sudden, boom. A decent little wind gust there as well, so don't let your guard down. How many mile per hour of the winds? As of right now, this hurricane is still rated a Category 4 hurricane with 140 mile per hour winds and 175 mile per hour wind gusts. Still moving west-northwest at around 18 miles per hour, although that progression might have slowed down a little bit, but it seems like it's speeding up again, the hurricane. Especially as that convective burst happened on that northern side. Still no new convective bursts on the southern side yet. So it might have just had a brief strengthening as it pushed into Rocky Point and heading into Alligator Pond there. So who knows how strong those wind gusts actually truly were there. Oh, looks like our halfway tree cam might be down. So let's go back over to this view. And then we'll put the ones, well, I guess we'll put that other camera underneath me that is still up. That one, but this one. One's in Kingston. I thank you, Eric, Rix, Luffy, Paula, and Ishovoy for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Also, huge shout out to everybody else that is subscribed that I haven't been able to thank. And thank you everybody for liking and sharing the stream. You guys have helped significantly in allowing us to reach 150,000 people in the path of this storm. Or at least 150,000 people in general. I don't know how many of those are from Jamaica. I'll find that out over the next 2 days. But harbor cam's still down? Yeah, the harbor cam is still down. The only cams that we have left are this one that's underneath me and the one near the river. That other camera might come back up. It's pretty resilient there near Halfway Tree. Trelawney. Let me see what that is. Trelawney. Yeah, no, it's going to continue to be windy up there, for sure. We've had some video reports out in this region, and we've seen some pretty decent wind gusts. So, you know, you'll continue to see some tropical storm force winds. Those won't really quit until we get later into the evening. Jamaican here, well, welcome. I'm glad we are still reaching some people in Jamaica. So it does seem like some people in Jamaica still have some power. What are the temperatures like in such a situation? I don't know. Definitely cooler than what they were. Probably somewhere around 60 to 70 degrees. If I had to guess. Maybe like some areas approaching 80 at max. Make it here in St. Mary, it's really bad here. Still have power in Spanish Town. Okay, that's good. Some people in Spanish Town and St. Mary still have power, but it is very windy still. Radar warning is concerning inflow. Thank you, Gloria, for the $10. I do appreciate it. Unfortunately, a lot of our cameras are pretty much gone. We only have a couple. The only one that's kind of nearby any winds right now, it's probably this one. Yeah. Still some windier conditions here near Kingston, Jamaica. No problem, Tara. That's the point. I want to keep you guys informed and as calm as possible given the situation. You know, I understand, you know, there's obviously a sense of fear that a lot of you guys are feeling right now, but, you know, we don't want you panicking. Latest scans here. Still have a decently organized northern eye wall here. Still flying to impact Alligator Pond. So it does seem like that northern eye wall, at least the eastern edge, is trying to make it into Alligator Pond. Let's see if we can confirm that on radar here. Yeah, it's very, very close. The strongest winds are just off of the coast, it seems. Just on the very extreme northern edge of that eye wall is making it on the coast there in Alligator Pond, but the strongest winds are off the coast. This thing might have taken a little bit more of a westerly jog here. Yeah, a little bit more. I'm still watching out here near Alligator Palm and Malvern for potentially a second northern eye wall impact. Thank you, Richard, Leanna, Kate, JT, Cooper, Nancy, and Michael, Davier, and Sherry for subscribing. I do appreciate that. Yeah, the winds are really going to pick up here over the next couple of hours. They're near Negril and near southern Westmoreland. You can really tell that this thing has some pretty organized rain bands. Kind of swirling in and around it. Heavy rain happening in the mountains there. That's actually the heaviest rain we've seen yet in the mountains. That might make it down. That might make it down to the camera. Not this one. Is halfway tree back? I think halfway tree is back. There we go. I got the halfway tree back cam, or the cam back up here. Yeah, that should come through this camera, that rain. So if we're gonna see a surge in the flow of this river and an increase in the height, it's probably gonna come within the next hour or so, given the amount of rain that is currently falling on those mountains. Back over to here. Going to the north, probably not, Tanner. You know, the main dynamics for a Texas impact is what this storm does after, you know, it kind of reforms. Oh, flooding happening there. Look at that. Yeah, that's a decent amount of flooding. What is that? Is that like a manhole? I think the alley forward for the 5. Yeah, some weird thing happening here in Halfway Tree, Jamaica. That might increase some street flooding here. Yeah, like a sewage manhole. Yeah, it looks like the sewage line has kind of backed up, and we're starting to get some flooding work its way into the area. Look at that. The cameraman is trying to track where the flooding is going. Yeah, it's starting to pile up on the streets here in Halfway Tree. As that manhole fills up, it's just all that water is going to make it up to the surface there. So we could start to see some significant flooding in this area near Halfway Tree. So watch out there if you guys live in this area. You can really see it there on the bottom right. Flood waters is starting to pile up. I'm wondering if some debris got caught up in there, causing it to back up in this area. Yeah, we're not checking the tornado warnings in Nebraska. If we get a new one issued, we'll talk about it and tell you who needs to get in their safe spots, but that's about all we'll do. We're really paying attention to what is happening here in Jamaica, as this area is pretty populated. We have 2 million people that live on this island. So it certainly has some greater impacts than what the severe weather in the United States is going to do. Still waiting for the latest scan here on the storm here. Center south, Terra, zooming really far. Just post it again. Okay, so we have a new post out of Jamaica. Center south Jamaica. Let me see. Center south. Terra. I just got a new post here from Spanish Town. Show that to you guys. Yeah, these are, oh wow, trees down. Look at that. Multiple trees down over there. Wow. This is in Spanish Town, Jamaica. Someone just sent this in. And this is WX Scan. And yeah, you can see trees down back there. Blondie, if you could post a link to this. If you guys have any videos in Jamaica, oh wow. Big old wind gust picked up there. The link is going to be in chat and how you can share it. Yeah, that's like at least 1 or 2 trees down there. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's just like what we've been seeing on our cams. Got a little scared there and ran inside. Y'all heard that little inner scream there, which is understandable. I mean, that looked pretty intense. You're brave for standing out there and taking that video, I'll tell you what. Yeah, that's over here near Spanish Town. That was posted about an hour ago. Where do they post footage? The link is pinned to the top, but I'll also put it in the chat as well. That's where you post footage, right there. Link's in the chat. Click on it and post you a video if you got one, and we'll show it live on stream. Let's see, we got the latest scans out of the storm to come in. Not yet. Also, if you didn't know, you can actually live stream on that app as well. And how you do that, I'll show you. If you want to live stream in Jamaica and show the world what's happening real time where you're at, I'll show you guys how to do that as well. We do, and we're our near halfway tree. Yeah. You know, and we better watch out there in halfway tree. Some flooding is starting to pile up there. So if you want to live stream in Jamaica on the app, if you have enough service, that is, you come over here to the page here. There's a little chat bubble down here. You chat here, click Start Conversation, and then you chat with the WX Scan support, and they'll guide you through on how to live stream on the app. Oh, wow. Thank you, Michael, Donnie, Gina, Tough Squad, David, Ely, Dave, Shells, Jamel, and John for subscribing. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. I'm glad you found us. We just double check to make sure we don't have any new updates from the Hurricane Center. We don't. Check on where the airplane is. Yeah, the airplane is now over Dominican Republic, still making its way towards the storm, and we got another one launching near Puerto Rico again. So we got 2 planes now heading towards Hurricane Beryl to give us some more data. Can we get the sub counter back on? We can look at it for a second. But the sub counter's only on this scene. I can't transfer it over to the other one. Yeah, no problem. What would the water storm surge be like on the coast? It's especially over here near like Old Harbor. The worst of the storm surge is happening right now. I mean, that could be anywhere from 7 to 10 feet of storm surge. Well, the water's going to be 7 to 10 feet higher than what they usually are. So please do not be near the coast. I mean, this still is a strong-looking storm. It's still pretty organized, even though, you know, we're not getting too much convection happening. I mean, it's still organized. And that eye did try to form for a little bit on satellite. I mean, there's still definitely an eye on this storm. It went away. We still have a little bit kind of seeing a little bit of a eye trying to poke through again, but yeah, I think the storm is interacting with the mountains here, and that might be preventing it from doing another convective burst like we just saw, but still some pretty strong winds right in this area, pushing into Alligator Pond right now. It's Clarendon Park, May Pen, Old Harbor as well. the river rose yet? It's probably going to here in a little bit, but as of right now, not so much. We got a lot of convection, though, and a lot of rain happening in the mountains right now, and that will most likely make it down here into St. Catherine, where Flat Bridge is, and rise the rivers even more. Yeah, by the way, guys, we gotta do this every once in a while, so just bear with me. By the way, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please consider it. We do coverage like this all the time. You know, if you live in Jamaica or really anywhere in the Caribbean and you're watching this stream, if there's a hurricane that's going to try to bring significant impacts to your area, we will cover it live and do forecasts for you. So if you want future coverage after this is over, hit that subscribe button because that's the only way you're going to get alerts from this channel. Also, please consider liking the stream. Liking the stream pushes the stream out to more people that are in the path of this storm. So please like the stream if you want to help us do that. And if you live in the Jamaica area, sharing this stream is extremely helpful. As it will help us actually reach the people in Jamaica with this important information. So, like, if you live in Kingston, Somerset, Morant Bay, Port Antonio, Jeffreytown, Montego Bay, Lucia, Petersville, Alligator Pond, if you're watching this stream, share it on your social medias, on your messaging apps, so that people in the area can find this stream if they are looking for coverage on what's happening in the satellite view from the airplanes and also with radar, where the worst conditions are most likely at. That's it. Thank you, Cole Productions, for subscribing. You just shared a video. Let me see if I can find it. It's going to be very hard to find if it's if you've already shared in the past. With some, this app is going to be changing in the future to accommodate multiple things sent. I'm not seeing it. There's span. Okay. All right, I see where to look now. One second, I'm trying to find this new video here. Yeah, I see it. Right, here we go. So this is Old Harbor in St. Catherine, where some pretty intense winds have been happening. This is Greg. I'm glad you still have enough power to send us some photos, a video. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, big time winds. And this is pretty far off the coast. The winds are going to be stronger near the coast for sure. You can actually hear the roar of the winds too. Thank you, Greg, for sending that in. I do appreciate it. see if we have the latest radar scan coming in here. Okay, a little bit promising here. It seems like we're getting a little bit of a westerly jog. Especially right at the end of the northern eye wall. Yeah, very pronounced. You can see very pronounced, little sharp westerly turn there. That might be. I wonder if that has to do with the mountains. Maybe the winds are like pushing off the mountains, kind of pushing it more to the east. It's a very pronounced easterly jog on that northern eye wall. Here, let me do it with the highlighter here, just so you can see it a little bit better. So if that continues, the strongest winds will stay off of the coast. And the worst for Jamaica will be done. But we'll have to see. I think we just got a new update from the National Hurricane Center. Yeah, we did. All right, new update here from the National Hurricane Center. Minimum pressures 959. Max sustained winds of still 140 miles per hour. And a new forecast discussion. Let's go over it really quick. While westerly shear continues to affect Beryl, the central core of the hurricane has made a bit of a comeback. Yeah, we've noticed this afternoon, with the eye becoming better defined in Cuba radar data and reappearing in satellite imagery. Whether this has resulted in any intensification is unclear. I agree with that. There's no way to really tell, unfortunately, without those hurricane planes, that if those winds are increasing. So initially, the initial intensity will be held at 120 knots, pending the arrival of the next reconnaissance aircraft. So, okay, so we do have 2 aircrafts on the way. So, you know, they might uptick it if the aircraft say something different. The Cuban radar data shows that the northern eye wall is brushing the southern coast of Jamaica at this time. We've seen that as well, with hurricane conditions currently mainly on the south side of the island. Yeah, that pretty much lines up with everything we've been seeing. And so, makes sense. Oh yeah, it's hitting now. Yep. The strongest portion of the storm is actually just off of the coast, according to the latest data. I think this would be the core of the eye here. I think it's just south of Alligator Pond. It's just, but the winds still just to the north of that are still pretty strong, but they're not going to be 140 miles per hour. At max 100 mile per hour wind gusts still potentially there in Alligator Pond. I still want you guys to be sheltered in place there. That is still some pretty strong winds. But the good news is that we did just notice a pretty significant westerly shift in the eye. So if that continues, then that little brush there with Rocky Point, where the eye wall made impact there, that might have been the only time we get the eye wall make contact with land. But we'll have to see what the latest scans on radar say. So please continue to shelter in place there. Thank you, Pong's Vibe, Dolly Garner, Killer Tomato, Dread LK, and Fat Bless. Amazing screen names there. But yeah, thank you guys for subscribing. So we got a view of the trees again here near Halfway Tree, Jamaica. How are the winds doing here? Are they still pretty intense? Yeah. They're still pretty decent. Still pretty decent. Oh, yeah. That palm tree is swaying. Yeah, winds and rain are still pretty heavy here. Yep, we can confirm. Here, halfway tree is pretty close to Kingston. Intense wind in Clarendon. Got it. They still have power, though. Yeah, they do still have power, though. That's the good news. It seems like, at least in Halfway Tree, the power infrastructure has survived. We're going to get a view of that flooding again. Oh, wow, you can see the rain moving across the road here as well. Yeah, still, it looks like that flooding might have gone down a little bit, so I'm not sure if we're still getting that water pour out of that manhole anymore. Panda says they do not have power. Okay. You're new here. Am I a storm chaser too? Yes, I do storm chase from time to time when I have free time, but unfortunately this year I haven't had any free time. I might go chase a hurricane though this year. I'm thinking about doing that. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, latest on the satellite here. Looks like the eye is trying to appear yet again on satellite. I wonder if you can see the westerly shift on satellite too. Really. You lost power in Santa Cruz. You are now running your generator. Okay, just... Thank you for letting me know. We're in Linguan. There's no JSP power. Do you mind checking the JSP website, Warren, and letting us know where the power outages are? They should have some sort of map. Yeah, they'll probably retire this hurricane. It made landfall as a Category 4 in the Antilles. So far, 17 fatalities with this storm as well. No power in Westmoreland, Darlston. Okay. It's intense in Montego Bay. Yeah. As this storm approaches kind of the western portion of Jamaica here, the strongest winds will start to pick up there in Montego Bay, according to the latest model runs. So definitely be prepared. Could get some wind gusts in between 50 to 60, maybe even getting as high as 70 miles per hour there. We got a new video update from somebody in Jamaica. Let's go check in on it. This is near Montego Bay from Kelsey as of 3:47. So here we go. We were talking about more intense winds. Let's see it with our eyes. Oh yeah, even a little bit of debris flying around. Oh wow, you are near the coast. Yeah, just stay in your hotel. Do not go venture out to the beach, because that storm surge is still probably piling up over there. Hopefully the beach doesn't get too ruined so you can get back to your... It looks like you're on vacation. Thank you for sending that in. I do appreciate it. And if you guys are in Jamaica and you want to share your experiences and what is happening near the surface, please let us know. The link to this is pinned in chat, and it's free to post photos. So you don't have to pay anything to post photos. You only have to pay to look at some of the cams in the area, well, or to ping, I think. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's very helpful. That was a good time to post there, as we were just talking about that. Let's go check on the river here, just to make sure that river cam is down. All right, we'll keep checking back in periodically with that. You see if that Hurricane Hunter plane is getting any closer? Yeah, the Hurricane Hunter plane is still near the Dominican Republic. It's gonna be a while before we get any, up-to-date data. But we did get an update here. Actually, significant update. I didn't even see this. Hurricane Beryl is now expected looks like it's now expected to be a Category 2 hurricane as it approaches the Yucatan Peninsula. Wind speeds of up to 100 miles per hour and 120 mile per hour wind gusts. They're south of Cancun, and oh wow, look at this. It's getting closer and closer to Texas, and look at this. We even have the cone of uncertainty extending almost all the way up to Houston. This is breaking news. This is breaking news. Victoria, Corpus Christi. I mean, it's a 50-50 shot now. We'll see. We shall see. Still not time to prepare just yet. As you can see, this thing is really far out. It looks like this thing would be coming in sometime in between the 7th and then the 8th. Maybe a little bit later, so still a long time. So no guarantees just yet, but you can tell that they are catching on to that spaghetti model split that's happening, and they are continuing to slowly shift the end of this track a little bit further to the north. Am I going to cover the Yucatan Peninsula? It depends on how far away it is. I'm going to need at least a day break after today's live stream. Let me see. So today's the 3rd. Looks like it's going to make landfall at around after 1 a.m. Maybe. My voice is feeling okay. Uh-oh. Both of our webcams just went down simultaneously here in the Kingston area. So now the only I don't think we have any cams left. I think all of our cams are gone. Yep. Let me double check the map. See if we have any sneaky cams coming back up. Oh, no cams. We are out of cams. All of our cams are down. We'll keep checking in on them. The guy that's out there, keeping an eye on these cams, his cams, See Jamaica Live, he's been doing a pretty good job on trying to keep those cameras up. Yeah. So we'll see if they'll come back. Look at that latest radar scan in. Oh yeah, the westerly shift continues on the radar. That's not drawn. Oh, that's the eraser. Whoops. Yep. Still some pretty strong winds impacting this region of Jamaica. They're near Alligator Bay and Monticello. Or is that right? What was that one city? Malvern, not Monticello. Malvern and Santa Cruz. Your winds are still pretty strong there. The worst impacts are going to come from this northern portion of the eye wall, and that is still shifting to the west, which is like the best case scenario for like Alligator Pond and Malvern. That continues to do so for the next 2 scans. The worst of this hurricane, at least that in terms of its possible amount of damage and destruction, would be over. We would still have some strong winds, tropical storm force to hurricane force still possible. Hurricane force winds south of the mountains, tropical storm force to some hurricane force wind gusts are going to be possible still on the northern side. Yeah, I mean, we've got to watch where this eye wall goes for a couple more scans, but if it continues to stay off the coast, the worst impacts will be done. So hopefully we can confirm that for you guys here in a little bit. By the way, if you haven't liked the stream yet or subscribed, please do. Helps out the channel a lot, helps us reach more people on the path, and it gives you access to future updates in the future. Subscribing is free. It's always liking the stream. Oh, yeah, I forgot these cameras don't work. We got no cameras. We're cameraless. Nothing we could do about it. Get me a cam in Montego Bay. That was a little choppy. Thank you, Michael, for gifting 5 memberships. I do appreciate that very much. Thank you. Hurricane Carol was catastrophic to New England. But when did Hurricane Carol happen? Looks like we might have some new photos or videos from the area here. Near, northern, yeah, in Montego Bay. So let's go check that out. Oh wow, 2 videos that we haven't seen out of this region, I don't think. Oh no, we did show this one. Okay. This is a new one as of 4:03 in Montego. Montego, sorry. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at all that debris on that roof there. Oh yeah. Oh, there's actually some shingles missing on that building. Look at that. A little bit of hurricane damage there. Yeah, definitely gusting still over here near Montego. Thank you for sending that in, Dan. That's huge help. Especially since we don't have any cameras. Alright, thank you, Camille, for subscribing. Yeah, hopefully not, Cassidy. You know, you guys aren't in the cone of uncertainty just yet, so, you know, I would just watch for latest forecasts. Let me see if we have any new spaghetti model plot information. Easy there. Yeah, the models are still kind of all over the place. There's still like zero certainty. So yeah, just wait and see. Again, we'll have to wait until this thing gets probably past the Yucatan Peninsula before we can figure out anything about it. Be interesting to see how much it cools the water. I think it's been cooling it by like a degree. I think it's been showing up on the ocean analysis. cooling the water by like a degree. The latest view of those water temperatures. Like by like a degree or so. At least according to this was released 12Z on July 3rd. So it's really not cooling it down too much. We had another system come through this area with a low shear environment. It would probably, I wouldn't say do something exactly like this, but it would certainly try to be a similar strength. Oceans are still primed for strong hurricanes. How's it looking for Kingston? The worst should be over for Kingston. The wind should slowly die down. What happened to my time? My time just disappeared completely. Oh, there we go. It's the gray spin up behind. It's not a spin up, it's just a thunderstorm. Typically behind these storms, you get them wrapping around that dry air. And that dry air can fire thunderstorms off of its boundary. It's kind of like a dry line, but in a tropical environment. So you can get some pretty strong thunderstorms that fire behind the storms. And those will also, so I would say that's like the last threat that's going to be there for, you know, the western part of Jamaica is some potentially severe thunderstorms could roll through the area later on, like late tonight. Check to see if any of the camera views are back. That one is not. That one is not. That one is not. All the cams are continuing to be down. Yeah, this yellow dot is the eye trying to show back up. Let me see if we have another radar scan yet. They come in once every 10 minutes, so might have another one. Yeah. Actually, no, this is the latest one. Hold on. So here's the latest radar information here. Still a decently strong northern eye wall. Still kind of making a westerly track. Still might try to scrape up against this area of Jamaica here. It's getting pretty darn close. It's going to be a close call. It's either going to be, you know, anywhere from 80 to like 140 mile-per-hour wind gusts there in that portion of the island, which I think is near like Alligator Pond in Melbourne. So definitely watch out there. It's getting pretty darn close to you. It's either going to make landfall there on the northern side of the eye wall, or it's going to stay just off the coast. So continue to stay sheltered. I feel like Beryl's been going at us for a minute. Why doesn't she seem to be moving? She is moving a little bit. I think the speed is still 18 miles per hour. No, it's actually moving faster at 20 miles per hour. So it did speed up a little bit. So it is speeding up. It is speeding up. About Frankfield? Yeah, I can look at that. That's not showing up. Sorry. Reminds you of Katrina. Interesting. Yeah, I mean the kind of sucky part about all this is we're probably not going to know the extent of the impact here near the Alligator Pond region and Rocky Point region of Jamaica. But like over here near Maho Gardens, Portland Cottage, Rocky Point, Hunter's Village, Salt Savannah, Mitchelltown, Amity Hall, they got the worst impacts from this storm. So that's probably where we're going to see the most significant impacts. And depending on how low this is, closer to the, you know, like the sea level, could also, you know, unfortunately have significant storm surge impacts as well. And could be pretty similar over there near Alligator Pond and in Malvern, as we are still watching. Alligator Pond is very close to the eye wall right now. Very, very close. Let's go see if any of the cams are back up again. Still nothing. Yeah, power must have gone like out everywhere, I guess. This is Sky, keep up the good work. I started watching your channel yesterday. Yeah, no problem. Sorry I'm running out of energy. We've been live for 7 hours, and I was live for like 6 hours yesterday, 6 hours the day before, so I am getting a little exhausted. I'm gonna stay live as long as this eye wall is still a threat to land, I promise. Hopefully we don't get another northern shift on this thing. It does seem to be going more to the west. The last closest approach to land should be over there near Alligator Pond and Malvern. If it does a little northern wobble. Should have another radar image in 4 minutes. Do you see someone uploaded from Trinidad? Really? Oh my gosh, I did not see that. Someone uploaded from Trinidad and said downtown Tobago or downtown Jamaica. The heck? It's that same video that was posted. Yeah, I think someone's. When was that posted? Either somebody stole some video and posted it in Trinidad, or the person stole their video and posted it in Jamaica. I don't know what happened there. But it's the same video that we just watched. Thank you, Tentex, Conroy, Daniel, Godova, Jack, wow, Dwight, Ad, Hutch, Jeffrey, and Alice for subscribing. Welcome. I'm glad you find us. It's been a long day, to say the least. A very, very long day. I do appreciate you guys helping us reach more people, though. I mean, this has been by far a record stream for me, which is great news. We've been able to reach that many people. We've been able to reach as many people, or more people than we've ever been able to reach in the path of this storm. And that's not because of me. It's not because I'm some shining knight of armor that's just got some YouTube wizardry. Most of that is coming from the folks here in Jamaica sharing the stream. I mean, I'm willing to bet at least 25% of the views today came from people in Jamaica, and that's from you guys liking the stream and sharing the stream in Jamaica. You guys have done an amazing job. You guys need to give yourselves a round of applause. I know it sucks. We're still kind of in the middle of this thing, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. And at the same time, you guys have done an amazing job getting that information out there. So everybody put a round of applause in chat for everybody in Jamaica, because you guys have done an amazing job. Also, a huge shout out to everybody that has donated, helping us keep the lights on in the channel, and a huge shout out to everybody that has subscribed to the channel as well. Hopefully, you guys never have to see me again here in Jamaica. Again, you don't want to see my face. You know, I'm sure as you know, seeing some of y'all in chat saying, but you're pleasant to look at. I know, I get it, but I'm a bad omen. You don't want me covering your area, period. Because that means something bad's happening. So hopefully you guys never see me again this year. You know, the chances of another impact eventually to Jamaica will probably happen at some point in the future. But I'm fingers crossed nothing more happens this year. And yeah, and you guys don't have to see me anytime soon. But when you subscribe to the channel, it does give you those future updates when you need me again. Just keep me in your back pocket. Well, you can always tune in for other areas if you want. I mean, we cover tornadoes, usually in the United States. You know, we cover hurricane landfalls, snowstorms in the United States, majority. We only come down here for hurricane season to make sure you guys are safe for the hurricane season. I discussed the likelihood the storm in the Atlantic will grow into a hurricane. We can look at the latest spaghetti model plots for that one. I think it's a pretty low chance for now. And the models are all over the place for this storm. This one has it going into Mexico, then up into the Yucatan Peninsula, then in the Gulf. This one has it going into the Yucatan Peninsula, kind of following a similar path as Beryl. This one has it making it into the Gulf eventually. So a lot of different possibilities with the second storm, but most of them, all the way out, don't have this strengthening into a hurricane. So it'll most likely be an 8-week tropical storm, and it seems like the highest likelihood that it will be a tropical storm is within the next 5 days, but maybe as early as a day and a half from now. You think it will hit the Cayman Islands hard? I don't think so. The models yesterday, one of the models out of like 20 were saying that it was going to come close or impact the Cayman Islands, but the latest model guidance is keeping this further to the south. So hopefully that remains the case. If not, we might have to do another live stream for that, but it should stay south enough to where the impacts will be pretty minimal. We should have the latest scan.
Shopify.
Yeah, not good news. Looks like we are getting land impacts again from the eye wall. You see that yellow making it onto shore. I think that's pretty close to Alligator Point there. Or Alligator Pond is unfortunately getting some of the impacts there from the eye wall. It's the very outer edge, so it shouldn't be the core of the winds, but it did just do a little bit of a northerly jog again. So that northern eye wall is pushing into the Alligator Pond, or is about to push into the Alligator Pond region here. I think it's like currently near Hayes. I don't know, Gut River, I think. No, I guess that would be Alligator Pond. Yeah, that is Alligator Pond. Okay. Yeah, it it is pushing into Alligator Pond right now, which sucks because this thing's still potentially pretty strong on that northern side of the eye wall. So definitely check in on your neighbors. Whenever cell service comes back up in the area, then try to see if people in Alligator Pond are okay, as the northern portion of that eye wall is pushing in. And what time will the worst of the hurricane leave Jamaica? It should be calming down from this line for the rest of the day. Even for like, we're about to get some calmer conditions over there near Spanish Town, most likely, here over the next hour. And then, yeah, I mean, it's going to continue to be strong winds all the way throughout this region here. But the worst impact of this storm are happening near Alligator Pond. But you can still get some damaged trees down a little bit further north from Alligator Pond as well, like north in Mandeville, Santa Cruz. Those winds are really going to be picking up there as well. So definitely continue to shelter in place, as unfortunately the northern eye wall makes another brush with land. Check to see if any of our cameras are back up here. Still nothing. Alright guys, I am going to use the restroom really quick. Give me a second. 60 seconds.
Well, I put everything on your bed. Can't you see it? No. So these things, and they're not sweets. You're looking for? My phone.
Going to the restaurant and cooking dinner. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I'm starting to get a little hungry myself. A little hungry, a little tired, but I'm sure we all are a little hungry and a little tired, aren't we? Lobster pot? Oh my goodness. Very good. Oh, there we go. We got our one person in chat that actually counted how long it took me to go to the restroom. Sketty time? Oh man, y'all better stop talking about food. Y'all gonna make me even more hungry.
Find my phone.
Should be coming in here within the next 2 minutes.
David, what happened to the mover? He's plugged in.
What was my last meal? Eggs and rice, and that was about. also can't rule out thunderstorm activity somewhere along this region. That is incredible. That's 130 miles in the storm. That is crazy. I will say. Maybe some tornadoes. With some stronger winds are pushing into Alligator Pond. Pushing into Alligator Pond, and then Malvern is going to be next in line for that. So very strong winds are going to be associated with that. You guys still need to be sheltered in place there. And also to the north in Manville, Pepper, Spur Tree, Santa Cruz, 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts could be possible as far north as that. New Holland and Christiana, most likely somewhere around 80 to 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts are going to be possible there. Yeah, the northern part of the eye wall is making another brush here another brush with land here in Jamaica. Bit of a wind burst happening here, or at least some increased convection happening there as it pushes into the Alligator Pond area junction in Malvern. So he's doing another little northern jog again. Do the rest. Albert, I might take you up on that, as long as you're not some creep that's gonna it's a pinky promise you're not bust me. I might take you up on that. That sounds like a free vacation to me, other than yeah, you gotta think about it. If you abduct me, I'll be able to cover your area. Yeah, we just went over it. Not a whole lot of change in it. Still a lot of margin of error when it comes to the United States. Any buoys out there? Not really that close. The closest one is closest buoy approach, at least in the Caribbean, would be this one. Into the 5, I appreciate it. That was a good brush with the strongest portion of this hurricane. But yeah, I'm worried about Alligator Pond. I really am. stronger portion of the eye wall on the northern portion of this storm. And unfortunately, that is what's impacting the land right now. I don't think Alligator Pond is quite in the core of that stronger convection. It's right on the edge. They might be in the core of it, actually. It's pretty darn close to it. I can't really tell through the radar. It's a little bit zoomed out, but it seems like they might be in the core of it. Wreaking havoc here in Santa Cruz. Yeah, you guys are also getting some pretty strong winds. And Santa Cruz, just to the north of Alligator Pond, Peppers, Fir Tree, and Mandeville as well are going to be getting those impacts. It is past Kingston. Yay! That's great news. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, it seems like things are starting to calm down there in Kingston. After Kingston is going to be Spanish Town. It should really calm down. And then, really, the rest of the people that are still Negro.
They'll find my phone. They'll find my
Black and white
phone.
spots means that the cloud tops are cold. That is what this is measuring. It's measuring the temperature of the cloud tops of the storm. And the reason why this is important to watch is because the colder the cloud tops are, usually the stronger the thunderstorm activity is underneath it. As the stronger the thunderstorm, the higher the cloud tops go. You know, just naturally in the upper levels of the atmosphere, it's just colder up there. The higher you go, the colder it gets. If you ever stand outside of an airplane, which you won't, you'd figure out that it's very cold up there, freezing in fact. In the whites and the purple here, that's where the cloud tops are the coldest, and that is where the most organized thunderstorm activity is along this eye wall here. You see the outflow on the cam from Grand Canyon. Oh wow. Yeah. I'll just we'll do a zoomed in view here for a while, so the folks in this area can see where the most intense winds are. But yeah, the most intense winds are
Hot in it, JJ.
in this area right here. Still could be getting some pretty intense wind gusts there in Christina, New Holland. But near Alligator Pond Junction, we're talking, up to 130 miles per hour. Over here near Santa Cruz, Pepper, Manville, probably somewhere around 100 miles per hour. Wind gusts possible, maybe even higher. Then New Holland and Christina is going to be somewhere between like 80 to probably 90 miles per hour. Maybe a little bit lower, just depends on how wide that hurricane field is. That eye wall wind field is really making them into land, how high it is. Go send a video on the website. Yeah, please do that. Do you need the link again, Enzo? It's crazy dangerous. I bet. And it is elevated. Maybe it'll be worse there. Careful, Manville. That alligator, it most likely will. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It doesn't seem like a lot, because we're just looking at pixels on a screen. But yeah, I mean, the winds that are coming into Alligator Pond right now are anywhere from 130 to 175 mile per hour winds. And that storm surge is going to start to pick up here. Storm surge winds are coming like this. So that storm surge is really going to be picking up here soon for Alligator Pond, so it's going to be a 1-2 punch. It's going to have another radar scanning, I think.
What?
Not yet. 2 more minutes. Okay, we have another video on WX Scan, so let's go check that out.
So what?
On the northern part of Jamaica, near Montego Bay.
try this about one day. Yes, he is.
So sorry.
I hope I doing my day. You had a good day? Were you a good boy? Yes.
Also jumping on the website and then it starts to freeze. How many of you guys jump onto the website to see the new video when I say that?
Good.
Yeah, the page is completely unresponsive. We might have crashed the website. Yeah, we'll check that out once it gets back working. Yeah, they just released. They just released the app like 30 days ago, so it's a little bit unfair for their servers because their servers were probably not prepared to have a massive influx.
If you know your girls, you look so man.
Doppler radar update? Yeah, should have updated. Yep, still getting impacts here. According to radar on that northern eye wall. Like Alligator Bay is now getting into some of that intense storm surge as well. That northerly shift came at the exact wrong time for Alligator Pond.
You put anchovies and pineapple on this pizza. Just like my grandma used to. Patrick, wow! Great! Get out!
Not good. They're still in that northern eye wall. Those strong winds are still happening. Getting a lot of rain in Kingston right now. Yeah, there's still a decent amount of rain on the backside of this storm for sure. And it's probably not going to stop for a while, but the winds will become weaker. We are experiencing 155 mile-per-hour winds, Santa Cruz. Really? Jeez. That's not the case. NOAA has been updated again. Are you sure? Yeah. Well, we already looked at the 5 p.m. update. Still up on all. It's working again. It wasn't working just a moment ago, but it is working again. So let's go see. See, they posted again in Montego. I'm not seeing any new posts in Montego. Are you sure? Oh, that one. Okay, east of Montego. Okay, so yeah, it's 434 north side of Jamaica and Trelawney from Kelsey. We got a new post. Let's go check that out. That's just about 10 minutes ago. Still pretty gusty up there. Thank you for sending that in, Kelsey. I really do appreciate it. There you go. Still pretty gusty up there on the northern side. Even that far, I mean, that's pretty far away from that eye. And it's still pretty gusty up there. Check to see if any of our cams are working. This is not. This one is not. Dang, they are full out. Alligator bomb clip. Look at how much the storm has changed. Just over the last couple of scans. Really seeing a lot of those brighter colors start to dissipate. Ooh. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I am starting to hit a wall. Losing a lot of energy. We have been live for a long time. To be honest, Alligator Pond probably doesn't have power anymore, so we're really not doing anybody any favors. I think I'm going to take an hour break at the very least. Eat some food. I am starving. So give me like an hour, and if they're still talking about eye wall impacts, I will come back live. But I have got to eat, because I am hitting a wall here. Yeah, let's come back over to here, guys. If you are, anywhere along this region of the coast, you still need to be very weather aware as this is approaching you there. I mean, this should go to the south from here, but it still will bring some damaging winds on the northern side of it, of up to 70 to 80 miles per hour there. So, and that's the last area here of Jamaica that will have the chance for some significant impacts. Still watching for flooding on the backside here, so please be weather aware and pond aware and river aware on the eastern side of Jamaica, as this thing still has a decent chance of causing some flooding, especially as that water makes it down the way into some of the areas down below. Yeah, let me get some food, let me recharge, and if there's coverage still needed, we'll hop back on here. But I am exhausted. I need to eat. So thank you everybody for tuning in. Let's come over to this scene. It was a pleasure doing your live coverage today. Thank you guys so much for supporting the stream. If you appreciated the coverage or liked the coverage and the way that we did it, hit that like button on your way out if you haven't hit it already, and make sure this is your last chance to subscribe as well. Make sure that you get alerts in the future for future updates in the tropics, because we will be covering it all tropical season. We will make sure that you stay up to date on the tropics. So hit that subscribe button if that is something that you are interested in. Huge shout out to Blondie, Help, and E-Rev. You guys did an amazing job. And another huge shout out to WX Scans, which provided the website, the medium for people in Jamaica to share photos. We would have never seen any of those photos on social media, ever. We would have never seen them. So huge shout out to them for finding that, for providing the medium for that to happen, and for providing the cameras as well. They did an amazing job. We all kind of worked together, and I think we did pretty good. I'm going to take a break. If need be, I'll come back on live later tonight. But you guys take it easy. Stay safe out there. Again, if you're in western Jamaica, the worst is yet to come, so still be sheltered. And I'll see y'all in a little bit. Thank you, Wendy, for the 20 as well. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Wendy. And I'll potentially see you guys soon.